Okay, push away, please.
It is preparing to live stream.
Yeah, we get this little notice that says it's streaming live on YouTube before you tell us it is. So,
Should be live now.
okay, well, let's begin. Welcome, everybody, to the Township of Georgian Bay Planning Council for Tuesday, October 13th, 2020. We will officially begin at 10:01. And I'd like to begin, as usual, with the land acknowledgement statement. We want to acknowledge that we are in the lands traditionally occupied by Indigenous peoples. They continue to care for this land. They continue to shape the Township of Georgian Bay today. And we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today in guiding our decisions and our actions. Miigwech. You know, it's often my habit to expand upon the land acknowledgement statement, and I am going to do that a little bit this morning. I think it's especially relevant when we're having a planning council meeting, because planning council is about the land, among other things. And I think it's very important to have this long-term perspective that is encouraged by the Indigenous peoples who've been here for long before we came. I also think it's important. One thing I wanted to comment on is that the last council session, we were talking about procedures, and it was suggested that we acknowledge a few other things before we start in the morning, not the least of which is the fact that we have in this township guiding principles and sort of strategic directions and the like that were updated last term, and we're in the process of getting them updated this term. Council may recall that last winter we met on updating the 4-page document of strategic directions that we have, and I think that's going to be coming forward in the next month or two to the notes, and we'll reactivate that. But I think it's very important, and I'm just going to mention at this point that amongst the other items on that 4-page document are 4 guiding principles, and those are respect and care for the environment, strong governance, respect and openness, and citizen-centered focus. And I noticed that the word respect shows up twice. So I think that's one thing we have to remember, that we have respect for each other and for the roles we are playing in the future of our township. Okay, next, declaration of pecuniary interest. And as it has been suggested, also whether declarations of any conflict of interest that you may have per our code of conduct. Anyone? Hands raised? I'm seeing heads shake, so I'm going to presume at this point there's no declaration. Though again, I will remind everybody, if during a particular item you're suddenly become aware that you do have some conflict, please mention it at that point and withdraw from that discussion. Next is the adoption of the agenda, and just a quick reminder that the mover and seconder have been pre-placed in these motions given the nature of electronic meetings. If any of you hear your name and would rather it be removed, just let me know and we will make that modification. So now I have moved by Councillor Bochek, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that Planning Council adopts the agenda of October 13th, 2020 as circulated. Any comment or amendments? All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. All right. We have a few items, 3 items under public meetings held under the authority of the Municipal Act. This morning, there are 3 public meetings scheduled for Shore Road and road closing applications. I will briefly summarize the procedures to be utilized for the meeting. First, the clerk will advise council as to when, how, and to whom notice of the public meeting was circulated for the proposed Shore Road and road closings being considered. Next, staff will advise of the purpose and effect of the bylaw and provide for any other information that is relevant to the applications, and staff will summarize any correspondence on file. From there, the public will have an opportunity to speak and provide comments to the bylaw being considered. Please be respectful of time and be concise with your comments. All commentators are requested to state their name and address for the record. Council will then have an opportunity to provide comments for clarification. I now declare this meeting to be a public meeting pursuant to the Municipal Act of 2001, Section 25, as amended to deal with the following proposed Shore Road closing bylaws. 20/03 Edmonds, 20/01 and 20/09 Buverda and Demansky, and 20/02 Eldred. To our clerk.
Notice of the public meeting was published in a newspaper and notice was sent to the abutting neighbors in close proximity of the property at least 20 days prior to today's meeting.
All right, thank you. To our staff, which report are you going to start us with?
We are going to start with the road application for 20-03. Applicant is Edmonds. The address is 552 Bayview Road, Crooked Bay. The road allowance has been requested by the applicant to clean up the lot lines as there are buildings and septic systems on the road allowance. The application was received on May 4th, 2020. The road allowance for Part 1, 35R 26303 is 1,417 square meters at a cost of $6 per square meter for a purchase price of $8,502 plus HST. There are no open building permits for this property. The next slide shows the location of the property. You can see the Crooked Bay and it's the black area where the arrow is pointing to. And the next slide is a closer location map. So it's they're purchasing the road allowance that is behind the property. And the next slide will show the view, the aerial view. Again, the subject property, they are purchasing the road allowance that is behind the property. And the next view is the survey. So you could see Part 1, that is the part that they are purchasing. I have received response from the Ministry of Natural Resources and Fire, and they do approve the application because the crown is on the other side of the road allowance. I have received a letter of approval from the north neighbor in Lot 1. Miss Mary McCaig has approved the purchase. I have not received any response from the neighbor to the bottom. I believe the Edmonds are on the call. If you have any questions for them or myself, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have, other than the applicants themselves, do we have any other members of the public that wish to speak that we're aware of to our clerk?
No, I'm sorry, not aware of that.
Okay, do the applicants wish to add anything to the report? Seeing no response, I'm going to presume they do not. Council, anybody have any questions in regard to this report? Councillor Jarvis, followed by Councillor Cooper.
I guess mine is more out of curiosity than anything else. Nicole, I see that there's an actual road that runs, or there is, yeah, Bayview, of course, Bayview Road. But there, it looks like there's property between the road allowance and Bayview Road. Is that Crown land, or whose land is that?
That's Crown land, correct.
Okay.
So I have given it to the Ministry of Natural Resources to get their approval because they do abut that property, and he has said they don't have a concern.
Got it. And I just clarify again, what buildings are currently on the road allowance?
So there's septic and there's a garage. And I know there's a little sort of 2x6 fire storage shelter.
And then finally, I note that there are no applications to build anything else there at this time. If somebody purchases a road allowance in this kind of context, would they be in the future allowed to have building on there provided it met all the other bylaws and codes?
That would be a building question, but I'm assuming that as long as all the setbacks and codes are in order, I wouldn't see a problem, but that would be a building question.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Counselor Cooper.
Just a point of clarification, and Nicole, sorry to be so picky, but I just want to make sure I understand. The neighbor to the north, they didn't send in any objection, but they don't sit in an approval situation, do they?
So the letter that I've received from her is that she consents to the purchase. Like, in other words,
But it
her
just
line
didn't-
that's, sorry.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand. So she approves of it, not that there's no objection to the purchase of the road allowance. I don't know are you telling me that the neighbors have an approval process?
No.
And if that's the case, I'm learning something new.
She consents to the purchase, so she doesn't have a problem with the way the line was drawn out from the property in between hers and the Edmonds.
So, but we're not really asking for her consent.
Correct.
Thank you.
Unless Jess has something to say.
I was just going to add, it's in our policy that we circulate to the two abutting, if there is two abutting neighbors. And if they have a problem, it's like any other planning application, we circulate to a certain amount of people and they can give us their comments.
Anyone else wish to make any comments on this? All right, I'm going to make one comment, and that is the original intent was that we would enact two bylaws, 2020-082 and 2020-083. However, one of the bylaws was not attached to the agenda by oversight, and therefore I'm going to modify the resolution, not that we enact bylaws, but that we approve the passing of these bylaws, and then we'll go through the formality of actually passing those bylaws next month, just because we did not give proper public notice of the second bylaw. It was strictly an oversight. So the resolution will read, moved by Councillor Douglas, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that Council approves passing of bylaws 2020-082 and 2020-083 to stop up and close the road allowance behind 552 Bayview Road, 6 Mile Lake, and deem it no longer to be on a plan of subdivision for the purchase price of $8,502 plus HST. All those in favor? Okay, and so that is carried, but that is carried, and just be forewarned, this will come in front of council for proper passage, or enactment rather, next month, but it's we've now proved that we do that. All right. Thank you for that. And our next application is Clerk's Report 2020-22, I believe. To the Deputy Clerk.
Yeah. So the next application is for Gavordy and Demansky. Address is 241 and 245 Steep Rock Road on 6 Mile Lake. The shore road allowance and road allowance application was received on January 15th, 2020 and September 5th, 2020. The total purchase for the SRA and the RA is $9,136 plus HST. There are no open building permits for this application. So if you go to the next slide, you'll see the location map. It's on Steep Rock Road there to the right where the black dot is. And the next location map is closer. So Demansky is the 245 and Gavordy is 241, and the SRA and RA run in between both of those properties. And then the aerial image, again, Demansky and Gavordy, and the aerial image in between those two properties is what is for sale, or sorry, the application. And the next one is the survey. So part 1, part 8, part 3, that is for Demansky. That is what she will be purchasing. Part 1 is the shore, part 8 and 3 are the road allowance. Part 2, Part 10, 6, 7, 5, 9, 4. That is for Gaverty. Again, the shore road there, Part 2, and then the rest is the road allowance. As you can see, there might be some questions. You'll see the lot line that goes straight down in between Part 6 and Part 7. So you might be asking, is that where the property ends? That is not where the property ends. The pin is actually on Part 7, which is owned by Gaverty. So the property actually continues up from that, which is why it looks like it's a bit farther than what you'll see on the location maps. But the location maps are not accurate. The surveys are. I did get approval from the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry. They do consent to this purchase. They don't have a problem, as part of the road allowance does abut their property. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. And I believe the Gavertys are on this call as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Do the applicants wish to add anything to the presentation?
No, thank you. Not at this time. Nothing to add.
All right, thank you. And I'm presuming, because I see none, that there were no members of the public who want to speak to this matter. And therefore, I'm going to turn it over to council. Who's going to stick their hand up first? Councillor Jarvis, you're going to be our leader today, perhaps.
For now, anyway. Curious to know, do the respective applicants already own their own shore road allowances in front of their respective properties?
So Lydia Demansky does not. I've been in contact with her and she is considering to purchase her own shore road. I believe the Gavertys do own their shore road allowance.
Okay. And I gather the way this is split up, I guess, is to reflect is that a driveway, I guess, that goes down to the Demansky property?
Correct.
The Verdi property, right? Okay.
Correct, yes.
Okay, dokie. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
Just a quick point of clarification in the diagrams and so forth, the report. Nicole, could you explain to me, I think it's Part 7, it looks to me like it's a waterfront piece of property and we're selling that piece of property, or did you say something about it's Part 7 is owned by one of the two parties?
So, sorry, so Part 1 and 2 are the shore. Part 7 is not. So I did speak to the surveyor and the law firm about this. So I'll just tell you, I'll just read what she has said. Although parts are shown as shore road allowance, so you would see Part 7, the lands are set out on original shore road survey as part of the original road allowance between concession 10 and 11, and that takes precedent over the shore road allowance. So for example, the PIN 48020-1812 is a road allowance. It's not the shore. So as the lawyer had stated that the road allowance takes precedent over the shore, therefore the purchase should be $6 per square meters on that section, but it will be $8 per square meters on Part 1 and Part 2.
Sorry.
Follow-up question?
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, so Nicole, I'm just, but we are selling Section 7, is that correct? Because
Correct.
And if you
Yes.
look at, I think it's the third or fourth slide, you can sort of see that it's on a small bay and it's a frontage. So it's really, we're selling some frontage and some road allowance. At least that's the way it appears. I don't care what the lawyers are saying. I'm sort of just making an observation that we're selling both road allowance and some shoreline effectively, which will get joined to the bottom of the two lots. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Any other comments? The resolution in front of me, moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Wienko, Be it resolved, the council enacts bylaws 2020-084 and 2020-085 to stop up and close the Shore Road allowance and the road allowance between lots 30 and 31 and in front of lot 30, concession 12, 241 Steep Rock Road and 245 Steep Rock Road, and to deem them not on a plan of subdivision for the total purchase price of $9,136 plus HSD. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That is carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay. And our final Shore Road allowance application, Clerk's Report 2020-23. Again, to our acting deputy clerk.
Thank you. So the applicant is Eldred. The body of water is on Georgian Bay. I had brought this to council last month, and there was some discussion as to the shore, and that the MNRF was actually abutting to that shore. And at that point, I had not received approval from the MNRF that it was okay for the purchase. So if we want to go down to the Y, where the Y is, yeah, that one. So lot 8 at the end to the right there was the concern. Victoria, if you want to go down to this survey. Perfect, thank you. So I had, after council, the planning council meeting, I had given this to the MNRF, and they have no concerns with the purchase of the Shore Road allowance for this property. I was able to get a bit more information on this kind of weird why. I was told by the surveyors that Infrastructure Ontario had purchased it for hydro lines, but then that didn't happen. So then it went back to becoming Crown land. For whatever reason, I don't know. But as I had said last month, I believe that the applicant is going to be trying to purchase the Crown land inside of her property. So if you have any questions, you can let me know.
Thank you. And I don't believe any members of the public or the applicant are present, so I'll immediately turn it over to council. Council, any questions? Councillor Cooper.
Not so much a question. I just, and Nicole, I'm sorry to harp on this particular issue, but MNRF does not have a concern. They don't give approval. Council gives approval. Is that not correct?
Sorry,
Thank you.
yes. Yes, you are correct. There are no concerns from the MNRF.
So I want to make sure that we remember who's giving approval here. That's all. Sorry to be
Yes.
so picky, but I think it's
No.
important to understand. The public needs to understand this. Thank you.
Yes, that is correct. Sorry, my mistake.
Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. Nicole, you just stated that the applicant is looking to purchase the Crown land on either side. Did you say within her property or on the property? Like, it wouldn't be within her property. Could you just
Sorry,
clarify this?
the surveyor had informed me that the applicant is looking to purchase the actual Y on the property.
Okay,
That the Crown actually owns that Y in the middle of her property. And I was informed that she is looking into actually purchasing that from the Crown.
okay, understood. Thank you.
My mouse is giving me difficulty here. Councillor Jarvis.
I guess I'm just a little confused. It refers in the typewritten report, it talks about lot 37. I'm looking at the survey and I see lots 7, 8, 9, 10, 6, 5. Where's lot 37?
Sorry, Victoria, can you bring up the survey? Could that have been a typo in my report, I'm thinking? because there is no lot 37 on this.
Maybe if you add them all up, they add up to 37. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
Do we want to seek that clarification? I have no, obviously I have no problem with the application and approving it, but I want to make sure you get the correct wording.
Okay, yes.
Okay, because lot 37 does appear in our resolution at this point. But of course, there are often when they take concessions, the concessions are divided into large lots. And then within that, there are smaller lots. And so it's quite confusing because I know the word lot is often used at, I'll call it, two different levels of distinction. So it might be that it's part of the big lot 37 of concession 14. I'm going to suggest that I will read the resolution, and if we need to correct a typo, at least then we'll know that the council's intention is clear. Unless I have any comment from anyone else, or including staff, on if they want any change to it at this moment. Councillor Jarvis.
Sorry, Karen, I'll let you go first.
I was just going to say lot 37 comes from the legal description provided to us by the law firm. So do what you want with that information.
Yeah, I presume then it's the big lot 37, so to speak.
Okay, I think we should have clarification for future reference. If something comes up, it'd be nice to have it clearly defined. I'm not necessarily totally in trust of lawyers anyway, but how would we go about making sure that it's understood that I presume it's lot 6 that we're talking about here, correct? On the survey that we've got in front of us? Nicole, is that right?
Yes, that is right. And sorry, Victoria, if you can bring that up again, just so we can see that. So yes, correct, lot 6.
Right, but I also think it's important to note that our approval is for part 1 on survey 35R-26196. So that's very clear that it's part 1 that we're selling of this particular registered survey. So I think.
Yeah, that's clear. I understand that. I just think that in future, maybe if we could even have in brackets lot 6 on the survey, I don't know, whatever. Again, I have no opposition to the actual purchase. I just think we should have proper wording there so people understand in the future what we're looking at.
Okay. Let me scroll through here. Okay. I don't think I see any other hands raised. I have moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Douglas. Be it resolved that Council enact bylaw 2020-064, being a bylaw to stop up, close, and convey part of the original Shore Road allowance in front of lot 37, concession 14, Baxter, being part 1, 35R-26196, now in the township of Georgian Bay, municipally known as 88 Island 980, Georgian Bay, for a purchase price of $19,016 plus HST. All those in favor? All right, that passes unanimously. And that ends our municipal act public meeting at 10:30. And so next we're going to go into a planning act public meeting session, which means I got to recite another introduction. This morning, there's a public meeting scheduled for one proposed zoning bylaw amendment and one proposed zoning bylaw amendment and official plan amendment. I will briefly summarize the procedure to be utilized for the meeting. First, the clerk will advise council as to when, how, and to whom notice of the public meeting was circulated for the proposed amendments being considered. The clerk will also advise of the appeal procedures. Next, staff will advise of the purpose and effect of the bylaws and provide any other information that is relevant to the applications, and the clerk will summarize any correspondence on file. From there, the public will have an opportunity to provide comments on the amendments being considered. Please be respectful of time and be concise with your comments. All commentators are requested to state their name and address for the official record. After the public discussion, the public meeting will be closed. Council will then have an opportunity to provide comments for clarification. I now declare this meeting to be a public meeting pursuant to Section 34 of the Planning Act to deal with the following proposed amendments. Z 20-17 for Vincent, and Z 20-15 and O 20-01 for 1658224 Ontario Limited. To our clerk.
Notice of the public meeting was sent by first-class mail to the respective owners and assessed persons within 120 to 800 meters of the property, subject to the proposed applications, and to those persons and agencies likely to have an interest in the applications. These notices were sent at least 30 days prior to this morning's meeting. Included in each notice was an explanation of the purpose and effect of the proposed applications and a key map showing the location of the properties or description of the lands to be affected by the proposed amendments. Other relevant information may also have been provided. These circulations were all provided in accordance with provisions of the Planning Act and the Township of Georgian Bay Official Plan. Members of the public are advised at this point that unless they make an oral or written submission to council before council makes a decision on these applications, that any subsequent appeal to the local planning appeals tribunal may be dismissed by that tribunal. Anyone who wishes to be notified of council's decision respecting the proposed zoning bylaw amendments must submit a written request to the planning department.
All right, thank you very much. The first zoning bylaw amendment is Z 20-17 for Vincent on 34 Beverly Street. And to our planner, who's representing our planning department on this report?
I am, Your Worship.
Brad, please go ahead.
Good morning, Your Worship and members of council. This is the public meeting for zoning bylaw amendment Z 20-17 for lands located at 34 Beverly Street. The subject lands are located in the northwest portion of 6 Mile Lake, just north of Hasketts Drive. The neighboring land uses include shoreline residential and crown land. On the next slide, we have the 2018 aerial imagery. The lands are relatively flat with a gradual slope towards the shoreline. There is some mature vegetation on the lands that does act as a buffer between the shore and the built form. The next slide, we have a site plan of the subject property. It is currently developed with a residential dwelling, which is proposed to be replaced, a sleeping cabin that is to be removed, a detached garage, a dry land boathouse, a privy, and 2 docks. The existing dwelling you can see is outlined in red, with the proposed replacement dwelling in the hatching. The sleeping cabin that is to be removed is located underneath kind of where the proposed dwelling is to go. On the next slide, we have the purpose and effect of the application. So the applicant is requesting a site-specific zoning amendment to establish the following site-specific provisions: an increased maximum lot area or lot coverage of 10.5% of the total lot area, 11.4% coverage of the lot area within 60 meters of the shoreline, where 8% coverage of both is permitted as of right, a minimum front yard setback of 8.5 meters, where 20 meters is required, a maximum gross floor area of 305.9 square meters, where 190 square meters is permitted as of right, and a maximum dwelling width of 17.4 meters, where 7.8 is permitted as of right. So on the next couple slides, we do have some elevation drawings of the proposed dwelling. So this is the front of the dwelling facing the shoreline, and the next is the rear of the dwelling. So what's before council today is the public meeting for the zoning bylaw amendment application. Staff are recommending that council receive the report for information and direct staff to consider the comments that are received through the public meeting and bring a recommendation report back to council at a later date. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to do my best to answer. The agent for the application is also in attendance today. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, I believe we received a fair bit of correspondence in regard to this application.
Correct. 15 letters of support were received from Betty Ann Taylor, Fernando Soprano, Fran and John Holden, Jim and Heather Roundtree, Joe and Sharon Schmidt, Kelly Clinton, Pam and Terry Thorpe, Peter Dioncio, Robert Smith, the Holden family, Tony Schmidt, Vince and Diane Ranella, Vince Hosek, Mary and Greg Mordew, and Julia Manning. One letter of no objection was received from the District of Muskoka.
All right, thank you very much. I see a couple of names added to our screen here. I didn't know if any members of the public or the applicant wish to speak to this matter. Mr. Hunter, I see your hand raised. Could you please identify yourself for the sake of our clerk? You are muted, by the way. We don't hear a word you're saying.
It's done at my end. Okay, thank you. I'm used to it coming in from the other side. Thank you, Rick Hunter at Planscape Inc., 104 Kimberly Avenue in Bracebridge, postal code P1L1Z8. And we do have a presentation that we're going to make. I would note that Dave and Terry Vincent, the applicants, and Jason Hunke, their contractor, are in attendance as well and are available. They're not going to do any presentations, but they're available for any questions that may come up. And Victoria, if you go to the next slide, please. So Mitch, I'll sort of go through this very quickly. Brad has already dealt with some of it. The application followed extensive pre-consultation with the township, including review from your planning consultants. The proposal is to rezone the property to a site-specific zone to recognize specific bylaw exemptions, and it will permit the redevelopment of the existing property. The main aspect of it is it's replacing 2 habitable structures with extensive decks with 1 new dwelling. And again, as noted, the property is an existing undersized lot of record with about 2,600 square meters in lot area and about 31.2 meters of frontage. Next slide, please. The effect of the application, again, will have a reduction in the number of structures on the property and near the shoreline. It will provide for an improvement in the shoreline vegetation buffer and naturalization of the property. There'll be a reduction in the total amount of build space that's right along the shoreline, and there will be a slight increase from the shoreline. Next, please. This is again similar to the one that was presented in the staff review, showing the existing and proposed development. The red items that are there are the buildings to be removed, and the gray shaded areas show the dwelling that is proposed to be constructed. You'll note it's being built in the approximate location of the existing bunkie or sleeping cabin, and the area to the I guess to shore side where the existing dwelling and deck are will be removed and will be renaturalized. Next, please. I'll just go through the exemptions that were requested. We note the lot coverage. We're proposing 10.5% on the total property. The existing is 8.6%, and the bylaw requirement is 8%. That's on the total property. The request is also 11.4% within 60 meters of the shoreline. Again, the existing is at 9.4%, and the bylaw requirement is 8%. Front yard setback, we're requesting 8.5 meters. The existing is 6.6, and the bylaw requirement, as noted in the staff report, is 20 meters. Next, please. The exemptions requested continued. The maximum gross floor area of the dwelling is requested at 305 square meters. Would note that the existing dwelling has approximately 80 square meters. It's a 1-story building. It has 38.5 square meters for the cabin and 28.5 square meters for the deck that's attached to the main dwelling. Again, the bylaw requirement is 190 square meters. And again, we are replacing both the dwelling and the sleeping cabin with a 2-story dwelling. Next, please. The next exemption is on the maximum width of the dwelling. It's proposed at 17.4 meters. Now, the existing dwelling and sleeping cabin, as you will have noted from the site plan, is 15.6 meters. The existing visual extent, including the deck, is 22.5 meters, and the bylaw requirement would be 7.8 meters because it's a 30-meter frontage lot as an existing lot of record. Next, please. We've prepared a preliminary landscape plan that, and go on to the next one. It's an enlargement. Again, preliminary landscape plan subject to council and staff review and approval, showing the areas of regeneration or revegetation and adding in naturalized areas along the shoreline of the property in front of the proposed dwelling. Next, please. Again, similar to the sketches that were shown in your report, showing the height of the building. The height meets the zoning bylaw requirements. It is a 2-story dwelling. Next, please. Under the planning analysis, I'll keep it very, very short. The provincial policy statement, in my view, the application is consistent with the applicable provisions of the PPS. It is an existing developed lot, and we are basically redeveloping that lot. The Muskoka official plan designation is waterfront. In my view, the application conforms to the applicable provisions of the official plan, and you will note that the District of Muskoka provided comment indicating no objection to the application. Next slide. Under the Georgian Bay official plan, your staff report went through some detailed review of the official plan. It's in the 6 Mile Lake waterfront community, and the interpretation section provides flexibility in the standards dealing with improvements in visual impact and considering sound natural heritage planning. So note the general standard in the official plan would be a maximum 275 square meters gross floor area, 2.5 stories, 25% width. And the next section in the 6 Mile Lake community plan does consider that variances may be considered again where there are improvements to visual impact and there's respect for the natural heritage planning. In my view, the proposal results in an improvement to the existing activity on the property. It will provide an increase in shoreline buffer and naturalized vegetation near the shoreline. And in my opinion, it would conform to the applicable provisions of the official plan. The next slides are a series of photos to show the existing development on the property. This is the existing 1-story cottage that is located on the property, again, approximately 6.6 meters from the shoreline. You can see the topography on the site where it rises relatively rapidly from the shoreline to the dwelling. The next one, please. Just a slightly different view of the main cottage. As you see at the present time, it's completely open to the shoreline with the vegetation that will be renaturalized in accordance with the landscape plan or as a modified or amended landscape plan. You see the bunkie or the sleeping cabin located in behind the dwelling. That's the location of the proposed new dwelling behind the vegetation that's there. And on the far left side is the existing dryland boathouse. Next, please. This just shows a view of the actual shoreline of the property from the one property line looking over towards the open docks and the dryland boathouse. And the final one is again a view from the bunkie or from the sleeping cabin looking across. Again, the lower building will be removed. The main dwelling will be replaced in the location of the sleeping cabin and on the rock ledge that you see in front of it. Okay, next, please. I just have the conclusions that for your consideration, your worship and members of council. In my view, the proposal represents a reasonable redevelopment of an existing undersized lot. It consolidates a new dwelling that is further away from the shoreline and replaces the extensive built form that is close to the shoreline. It will promote a reduction of the visual impact of structures along the shoreline and will provide for an increase in natural vegetation. The application is consistent with the PPS and conforms to the district and township official plans. As were noted by the clerk, there are letters of support submitted from many of the surrounding neighbors who I believe recognize this as a natural progression or an improvement to the development of this property and the surrounding area. And we would be requesting at your next meeting that council consider approval of the zoning bylaw amendment. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We appreciate that presentation. And I believe no one else from the public or the applicant had any comments. So at this point, I will turn it over to staff for their questions or points of clarification that they would require before they want to consider sometime, probably next month, passing the bylaw amendment requested. Who's sticking their hand up first? We'll start with Councillor Jarvis again.
Well, I thought maybe some of the inland lake guys would be ahead of me on this. I see we're looking at a square footage adjustment of, it's like a 60% increase over what's permitted. I think I've got my numbers right. While the current setback is less than what is proposed, it's still not within the 20 meters that's in the bylaw. My idea with any changes to property use in this type of situation would be they try and work within the bylaws as opposed to trying to circumvent them. And I rather get annoyed when I keep seeing things like this, and we get a lot of them. I understand the concept of reducing the view from the canoe, as we'd say in committee of adjustment, by moving things back and consolidating. That makes sense to me, but I'm still a little annoyed that we've got a significant size differential between what is permitted and what is being requested. I'm not happy with the fact that even though there is an increase in the setback, it looks to me that if it's fairly flat land, you could draw it back even further. And what was the other thing? Oh, the question with regards, I know the two cottagers associations, and I think they've both stepped back from making comments on these, but were there, I gather there were no comments from the ratepayers allowance or the cottagers association. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then finally, can I request of Rick that we go back to the visual he gave us, the landscaping? I'm most concerned with the shoreline there. The next slide down, I believe it is, or two slides down. Yeah, the one that was giving us a better, more detailed. Is that beach that's being proposed on the waterfront there?
Your worship, no, it's a replacement of the existing shore wall that is along the property.
And my only concern there is I know there are issues over shoreline alteration, and I want to make sure that we've got all bases covered with respect to that aspect of it. I appreciate the naturalization concept here. I'm just hoping that shoreline is naturalized to the point where it becomes a little bit more, attractive to flora and fauna in the area as opposed to swimmers and beachgoers. But again, I have real difficulty with a building that is that size and not set back. Anyway, thank you. So those are my comments.
All right, thank you. I believe I saw Councillor Wienko's hand up.
Thank you very much. I haven't said much this morning here. Again, this isn't a typical example of an oversized cottage being built on an undersized lot. We're exceeding the lot coverage. The setback is only less than 30 feet from the waterfront. The gross floor area is like 62% over what is allowed. And you pretty well is 100% wider than you're allowed. And they said it was a 2.5-story building. As you saw, it's quite massive. And I don't think any type of vegetation is going to hide that. I don't know what you can plant to hide that. So I'm concerned that this is basically an oversized cottage proposed for an undersized lot. As to the number of letters that were submitted, both associations on the lake are trying not to comment on these things, but that doesn't apply to the membership. And I suspect that most of the letters that were sent in was members from one of the organizations who are trying to get rid of our community plan. So I think there was a letter writing campaign for one of the organizations on the lake. So I think that's where it's coming from. So I do have some problems with this. I would be somewhat disappointed if our planning department supported this, because basically it does make a mockery of our community plan. It exceeds it in a number of areas. And as you saw the diagram, it is a massive structure, 2.5-story, massive square structure, 30 feet back from the water. And I doubt if you can hide that from with any type of vegetation. And it's going to take up more than half the width of the property. And that's my comments.
Councillor Douglas.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I'm going to echo the same concerns from my two fellow councillors on this. I'm a little bit miffed at the size that is being proposed here. And one thing that I'd just like to, again, support is that, 6 Mile community does have its own plan, community plan. And I think we have to remember that that needs to be respected. I realize there's a bit of an uprising on that and they want to get a change, but to this point, it is not. So in my opinion, I think we're dealing with a number of issues here that are far exceed anything that would be, even remotely close to what what this plan is put in place. I'm a little bit concerned that such a large building is going on such a small lot as well, with the neighbors being so close. I'm not sure what the neighbors have actually said on that, but at any rate, I personally am not really in support of this at this point, unless there are some significant alterations done to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bochek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This file and application took a lot of reading on my part, and I don't personally really have a problem with the size of this build. Professionally, and as a councillor, I do, because we have to respect the community plan that's put in place. If there was reasons to have it that close to the water, I could understand it, but by reducing the size of the build, it could be pushed back even further. So I've read this at length and feel that in order to support the community plan, which is reflected in the official plan bylaws, I can't support this application as it stands. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor Kritzer, and I wanted to wait to hear what the local councillors had to say about this, and I'm have to say I'm in agreement. And I don't want to repeat what has been said, other than some additional points. This is a non-conforming lot in terms of size, 100 feet of frontage, I'm just doing my own math here, but about 100 feet of frontage. And the acreage appears to be about 2/3 of an acre, which is, it's pretty small. So when you take that into account, and then it's a request to go over the size cap for the community plan on such a small lot, I think it's a big ask. And so I have a trouble with the size cap, non-conforming to the community plan, setbacks. So I'm going to defer, however, to my inland lake councillors and their comments, and I hope they'll support what our coastal people are trying to do as well when we come to those matters. So I will agree to support what our inland lake councillors decide at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton, do you want to add to the first round comments?
Only to say that I actually agree with Councillor Bochek. On a personal basis, it seems to make a little bit of sense, but when I hear the concerns about not fitting with the community plan and and so on, I get concerned, and I too want to defer to the leadership of our inland councillors, and will follow their lead on this. Thank you.
You know, I find it surprising in that I'm going to add my comments, and in some aspects, I'm slightly more sympathetic than council, but not in all. One is I couldn't help but notice on the plan, the survey, that there's a utility line. So I think that probably prevents them from going that much farther back. And so I think that's of some importance. They have to stay, I believe, at least 5 meters away from the utility line. So that would be one factor. But I also am surprised, you know, when I see the drawings of the home, how large it appears. And what surprises me about all that is the fact that it's not exceeding height restrictions. And we know that height by most of our bylaw standards is halfway up the roof. But that doesn't stop us from building roofs that are significantly taller at the peak than the height. And I think that's one of the reasons why places like this look so massive, is because they have so much roof to them. But I do have a couple of questions. One is, I did notice that they refer to 309, I believe it is, square meters. But two questions. One is, what is the actual footprint of this building? And how much of the basement is included in that 309 meters? Like I'm wondering, are we dealing with a, you know, is the basement half in part? I mean, I see one window on the one side, so that would be another one of my questions. Are we dealing with 100 square meter footprint times 3 to get the 300 square meter building size? I don't know if staff can answer that at this point, or that's something they can come back with next month.
I don't have those calculations right in front of me right now. I'm not sure if Mr. Hunter has anything he could add to your questions.
Mr. Hunter?
If I may, I believe I did have some of that information in the application package.
Well, I may have missed it.
The proposed lot coverage that would include the dwelling decks and the covered areas was 280.5 square meters, or 3,000 square feet. If I just look at this, let's find my notes. Yeah, the first floor of the proposed dwelling is 2,000 square feet. The second floor is 1,000 square feet approximately. The basement does not have any habitable space in it, from what I recall from looking at the building plans.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
In other words, if I can be unfairly simplistic, the ground floor is a little under the accepted size, but by adding the extra 1,000 square feet to the second floor, including the rather steep roof, is what not only puts it offside in size, but also, even though it's technically correct, makes the building look that much larger because it has so much roof on top of it. All right, council, anybody want to do a second round, or do you think we've given, oh, I see hands go up. Councillor Bocek, followed by Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is going to be to Brad of our planning department. Just a question of clarity. In the 6 Mile Lake community plan, there's a maximum gross floor area in the community plan of 275 square meters, based on a lot that would support the 275 meters. And in this case, my understanding is that this lot does not meet the requirements for the maximum gross floor area of 275. Am I correct in assuming that?
So through the mayor to Councillor Bocek, the official plan does establish it establishes provisions for dwellings within the 6 Mile Lake Community Plan. The maximum gross floor area for a dwelling is 275 square meters with a maximum height of 2.5 stories. And then the width is 25% of the frontage. So the gross floor area provision isn't necessarily dependent on the lot area in the 6 Mile Lake community.
Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis.
Councillor Bocek and Brad just confused me. I thought we were dealing with a permitted square meterage of 190, not 275. So where's the discrepancy? Why the discrepancy there? Brad, thank you.
Mr. Oster.
So the zoning bylaw is what established the 190 square meter maximum gross floor area provision. The official plan actually permits a larger dwelling than what the zoning would permit.
And there's nothing within the community plan with regards to lot size. I think you just stated that, correct?
Right. So the official plan just establishes a maximum dwelling size of 275 square meters.
Okay.
And then it states that variances to those maximum size provisions, maximum size and maximum dwelling width may be considered where the applicant provides evidence satisfactory to the township that the visual impact of the dwelling will not be significant.
And then finally, can we just, apropos of the mayor's comments, confirm that there is no, or confirm the sizing of that below grade area? We're being told by Mr. Hunter that it's not habitable, but I'd like to confirm just height and dimensions of that space, because it is closed in. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Councillor Wink, I believe I saw your hand.
Yeah, I just want to confirm that the size of the lot, for the size of the lot, you can only build 190 square meters, so 2,000 square feet. So the lot's not large enough to have the maximum size. I think that's what's what the issue is. So you could have a cottage of 2,000 square feet, but not the 3,292. The other issue I want to point out too is that to the size of this lot, normally you only have one dock allowed on this property, and they have, well, it says 3 docks, but you can almost consider them 2 docks. But so it has more docks than a normal 100-foot property is allowed.
Any other councillors have any additional remarks? Councillor Bocek, you've had your second turn, so I'm going to let everybody else have a second turn. Councillor Cooper, did I see your hand?
Yeah, I would like, I'm going to sort of echo what both you, Mayor, have said and Councillor Jarvis with respect to the lower level basement to make sure it's not habitable. Let's check on the height. Often these areas are sooner or later made habitable. So I want to understand that one very clearly. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, I don't see other hands raised. Councillor Bocek, I'll give you one last chance. Instead of the other councillors, we're not going for a second round, and then we'll give Mr. Oster his homework.
It's not that I'm looking for a third time, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking for an answer to Mr. Jarvis's question, which was the size of the inhabitable area of the basement, which he asked for the height and the dimensions of the basement, and he didn't get an answer to that. And that's what I was waiting to hear from Mr. Hunter.
Well, of course, what we're doing now, we're giving them homework and because the emotion in front of us is for them to take information back and come back for the following month for our considerations. In other words, we're not voting approval or not on this one today.
Understood, but the question was asked by Mr. Jarvis to Mr. Hunter, and that information is relative. Moving this to next month, in order to receive a report, the report should be complete. In order to make the application has to be complete. Those figures would have been submitted, so I'm looking at either Brad or Mr. Hunter to give those dimensions of the basement so that we can take this report into consideration to do a decision on it next month. And Mr. Hunter was not given the opportunity to answer Mr. Jarvis's questions.
Mr. Hunter.
Your worship, if I may, the building plans for the building show the basement area as a completely crawl space for the area, and it includes a mechanical room area that would be a heated crawl space because it's mechanical room, but there is no habitable space proposed. I would have to check on the actual elevations from for that lower level, but again, if it's indicated as crawl space, I believe it would meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw for crawl space and not habitable space. If I may also, just to respond to a quick comment on the public comments that were received, I understand that the majority of the respondents or response letters that were submitted were from the immediate surrounding neighbors of the applicants. The applicants had spoken with their neighbors, shown them their plans, and then requested that if they were agreeable, if they would submit a comment, and those comments were submitted in that fashion. So again, this is definitely a view that the members of the neighborhood have looked at the proposal that is before you, and they are supportive of the redevelopment of the property, generally as shown there. Having said that, I appreciate the mayor's comments that we do have some marching orders and homework to do, and we'll be following up with you as well on some of the other issues.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter.
Okay, I'm seeing no more hands raised. I have moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that Council receives Development Services Report 2020-59 and directs staff to consider the comments received for Z20-17 or 34 Beverly Street and prepare a recommendation report and bylaw that will be brought back to a subsequent council meeting for consideration. All those in favor? Oh, Councillor Wienko, yes.
I just want to clarify, crawl spaces, if I'm correct, and I'll go to the planning department to get confirmation, but crawl spaces can be as high as 5 feet 6 inches. And so that could be what it is. And also, just to last comment from Rick Hunter there, this cottage does face out onto 6 Mile Lake, and it's quite visible from many cottages. So it's going to be in the face of a lot of cottages.
Okay, I see no other hands raised, so I'll say all those in favor. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I say that passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, we have one more, I believe. Yes, the Development Services Report 2020-60.
Good morning, Council. Our next applications in front of you for a public meeting are O20/01 and Z20/15 for 7310 Lake Joseph Road. So the purpose of these applications, the official plan amendment application proposes to establish a site-specific exception to recognize the existing uses on the subject lands, as well as permit an additional light manufacturing use on the property within an existing structure. The purpose of the zoning bylaw amendment associated with the application is to rezone the lands to a site-specific general commercial exception 14 withholding zone to recognize the existing development and use of the property and to permit the additional light manufacturing use. So essentially the effect of the application is to recognize the existing structures and uses, permit the construction of a new service station and towing structure, and an additional permitted use of light manufacturing, only within the most southwesternly structure on the property. So here we have a location map of the subject lands. As you can see, it is located along Lake Joseph Road, east of Highway 400, and just southwest of the MacTier settlement area boundary. And here we have the aerial photography of the subject lands from 2018. Again, as you can see here, the existing structures that do exist on the property. So the current official plan designation for the subject lands is of the rural designation, and the current zoning is general commercial C3 zone. So upon circulation of the notice of public meeting, staff have been in discussions with both the district and the MECP, who have requested additional studies prior to any support being provided for the applications moving forward. Staff are supportive of these requests for additional studies and look forward to reviewing the additional information, as well as we have discussed these additional requirements with the applicant's agent who are aware of them. So at this time, staff are requesting that council receive the staff report in front of you today and direct staff to schedule another public meeting once the outstanding items have been provided to staff and bring forward a recommendation at that time. And again, just an overview, here is the site plan of the proposed amendment. So essentially, the existing structures here in the center portion of the property will remain as is, with a new use being within this structure here to the west, and an upgraded structure for the Seguin Towing and Recovery and office to be constructed here. So at this time, staff look forward to any public comments that may be received in this meeting, and also any comments from council to take into consideration moving forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. To our clerk, I believe we've received some correspondence, which I believe our planner or managing planner have already made reference to. Was there any others?
Sorry. I agree. The one letter was received from the District of Muskoka requesting deferral of the application for completion of land use compatibility assessment. Comments were received from the MECP stating that additional work is to be completed regarding the potential ACA for the service station and manufacturing area and a stormwater management plan, and no comments were submitted from members of the public.
All right, and it doesn't appear like we have any members of the public who may wish to comment on this to us at this point. So with that, councillors, anybody wish to express an opinion or a question about this? We know that staff is already recommending that we put it back to staff for them to do more homework with the other ministries. But if there's any other additional questions or information you'd like them to seek out, now is your opportunity, one of your opportunities to ask. Councillor Wojcik, followed by Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. Question is for our planning department, Victoria. Do you know, and obviously I do want to receive this report and see it and move forward, especially with the development up in the MacTier area, commercial development for jobs and such. But my question is, was there any mention of a phase 1 or 2 environmental study on the current property and the surrounding lands before development of a new project begins? My concern is that there was an existing business there and there may be long-lasting effects of what had gone on in the last year. So I know with service stations, there's a continual effort to keep them clean nowadays. I'm just wondering if there's a proposed environmental study before the approval process moves forward.
So through your worship to Councillor Wojcik, Exactly, and that's what we as staff are trying to ensure we bring forward to council that information. It appears that the applicant will need to confirm the requirements with the ministry of what they need in terms of an ECA, phase 1, et cetera, depending on the more details of what exactly is going to be proposed within each structure, including, the activities that have already been existing. I am not aware of any previous ECAs that have ever happened on this property, and that's where it also incorporates, making sure that what was already existing there also bringing that into further compliance. So the next time that council sees this application in front of you, you will have further detailed information on an ECA.
That's great. I hope this does get us due diligence, because development where development belongs is a key strategy in our township, and this is a perfect example of such. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Wienko.
Thank you, Mayor Kutzior, and I just would like to say that I'm still very interested in hearing from the local councillors and would support the direction they would give us. But I take it from what you've said, Victoria, there's a hold that still needs to be lifted. Is that what I picked up from this? And if there is a hold, there will be variety of different reports that we have to hear about before we have to before we lift a hold. Is that correct?
So through your worship to Councillor Cooper, so currently there is no hold on the property. The application in front of council included us as staff, including a new hold to be placed on the property to ensure that additional requirements, i.e. the things that the district and the ministry are looking for, are addressed. However, from further discussions with those agencies, they would request to see those studies done before any OPA or zoning approvals are completed. And given the extent of what's being proposed, staff support that. So the hold is what is being proposed to be put on the site. However, that may change moving forward if the studies are completed to staff's satisfaction and council satisfaction before these applications are in fact approved.
So just further to that, if I may, so essentially it doesn't have a hold now, but you're suggesting one be put on it if in fact we don't get all the reports we need to get. And I encourage all that, because it goes to the whole subject of holds that we will be discussing later today. And I also wanted to thank you and encourage the fact that we're going to be looking at this, and it'll be a second public meeting, so that when it becomes, let's supposedly say, more compliant, the public will still have the opportunity to make comment. And I think that's critical. And so second public meeting input is very critical. And I wanted to thank you for making sure that happened. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wienko, followed by Councillor Douglas.
Yes, Victoria, can you put up the diagram of the layout of the property?
Absolutely. Can you see that now?
Yeah, that's a lot better than what I have in my package. So there's going to be
Oh, you went mute. Sorry, Councillor Wienko.
Sorry. There we go. Okay, so there's a Polaris dealership. There's a gas station, and I assume there'll be some kind of a service center there. And there's also a manufacturing business at the back. Am I missing anything? There's a prefab building. I don't know what that's all about. So just those three businesses on the one site?
That is correct. So it is intended that the Polaris dealership would be in here, and this rear building here, the manufacturing essentially will just be clutch assembly and parts. The owners have stated that there won't be any oil or other type of liquid runoff from those proposals. But I think, again, like the MECP needs to look into more detail of what actually is happening. And then you are correct, up here will be the towing and a service station. And these buildings, these prefab buildings, I believe will just be converted to essentially office, additional storage space for those uses. So just the three.
Okay, that's very helpful. What I would suggest, and I don't know if it's appropriate or not, but if you're talking to the proponent, it would be nice to come back and indicate to us the amount of employment that this facility would generate, because obviously that's going, I think the local community would like to know that. I would like to know that as a counselor that we are creating jobs and so on. So I think that's a little piece of information that would be really helpful. It may not be a deciding factor, but the point is, it's something that the local council should know, that there is employment being made here and there's a potential for these many jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. Just a comment for our other councillors that were looking for comments from the inland councillors of the area. Once all the reports are done, I think the hope is just from casual conversation in the community that we do see this go forward. It is something that is would be well welcomed up there, but of course it really needs to hit all the right targets with the reports going forward. I know there are some issues in regards to water getting out to that area, so that may be something that'll be quite critical that we see once the reports come in as well. But as far as the development itself, I think it would be very good for the community, and I think the community is at this point, but however, having a second meeting, public meeting will tell us that. So just for comments from your councillors in that area, I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing that this all comes back and is viable to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors Hazelton or Jarvis, do you wish to jump in on this, or most of what you want to say has been said? Councillor Hazelton, I see you unmuted yourself.
I would like to echo the sentiments of Councillor Douglas. It sounds like it's a project that's needed in the community, and from my understanding, there will be a next step that will be a public process as well, and I look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm afraid I have one question, Ms. Lemieux, for you, is because numerous reports are missing, because there will be another public meeting. Why did we schedule a public meeting for today when we're going to require another one anyway?
To your worship, so essentially we received an application from the applicants, and they provided the information that we required based on a general overview of our official plan. And we knew that, again, given the circumstances of COVID-19 and the district and the MECP and their own backlog, we essentially decided to circulate this to essentially trigger them to give us comments as soon as they could, versus us typically going to them initially for pre-con before we even circulate. So this was just a way of trying to, get the process moving forward of getting official comments from those agencies, and to also essentially push the owners of the property to start these studies by getting those official comments. So given the circumstances with COVID, we decided to push it forward because we already circulated for a public meeting. We are here today to discuss the application. Of course, again, council's additional comments are very much appreciated for us moving forward as well once we bring back the application. So it was a chicken before the egg a little bit in this case, but there was a bit of a strategy there from staff to kind of get comments back sooner than typical, if that helps.
No, it does very much. I appreciate that explanation. And so obviously we'll be discussing this probably at least two times in the future, one for the next public meeting, and then probably sometime after that when the final recommendations come from staff, including the various ministries that have been referred to. Anybody want any more further comments before I read the resolution? Councillor Bocek, I thought I saw your hand.
You did, Mr. Mayor, but I think Councillor Douglas took care of most of my concern. My initial question was, is there ability for sewers and water to be brought in from MacTier, from a plant, or would there have to be a large septic and well drilled with a treatment plant on the property? So with Miss Douglas saying that, you know, there was some issues getting water to the property. That kind of explains to me that there's no sewers and water to the lot. So I'll take that as part of my report moving forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you. What I have in front of me was moved by Councillor Wienko, but I don't see him on screen at the moment.
Correct. We'll need a different mover, please, sir.
Okay, I'll say moved by Councillor Douglas, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved, the council receives Development Service Report 2020-60 and directs staff to consider the comments received for O20/01 and Z20/15 for 7310 Lake Joseph Road, and upon the completion of requested work by the District of Muskoka and Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks, staff prepare a recommendation report and bylaw that will be brought back to a subsequent planning council for a subsequent public meeting for consideration. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That is unanimous. And that ends the public meeting portion of our program under the Planning Act at 11:27. And I'm going to propose a 10-minute bio break before we go on to the planning applications not subject to a public meeting. So let's say, let me be generous and make it 12 minutes, and we'll reconvene at 11:40, please. 11:40.
Good morning, Jamie. How are you?
I'm well, thank you very much.
Getting ready for the snow for the ski season?
Yes. It'll be a different one, that's for sure.
It will be.
It's now 11:40. I think it's time to get back into action. And I believe we now have a couple of plan applications not subject to a public meeting. And the first one is Development Services Report 2020-62. And I believe, Mr. Robinson, you'll be presenting it in this case.
That's correct, Your Worship. So this item is for the Crawford zoning bylaw amendment application, which was subject to a public meeting at a previous council meeting. If you're following along in your agenda package, it starts at page 55 of 102 in the agenda package. This application is to permit 2 sleeping cabins. It's to permit a reduced setback between the sleeping cabins, and it's to permit an increased lot coverage percentage. So up to 21.3% lot coverage to facilitate the 2 sleeping cabins. Where I'd like to jump to now, Victoria, if you just want to move the slide forward. So the location of this, the subject property, I'm not going to go through all of the details that we did at the last public meeting. I think you're generally aware of the site. So the Delawanas in the bottom left-hand corner of the site. You can see the subject property here in dark. If you just flip to the next slide, Victoria. The subject property is central here. It's the location with the 3 finger docks. There's a few items and questions from the previous council meeting. One pertained to the permits for the existing docking structures. We have confirmed that all the structures on the site were properly permitted, with the exception of the sleeping cabins that are subject to this application. One thing I'd just like to bring to your attention through this aerial photo is that the sleeping cabins are somewhat in line with the existing development on the property and somewhat shielded from the views from the lake from the existing development on the property. I'd just like to flip to the next slide, Victoria. And this just shows the site plan of where the existing cottages and the sleeping cabins that you saw in the previous figure. What I'd like to flip to now is page 7 of the planning report, or page 61 of 102 of the agenda package. There were a few comments provided in support of the application. There was a comment provided by a property owner that was in opposition. The comment in opposition indicated that they believed the lot was too small for the proposed sleeping cabins. It was too significant an increase in coverage, and had concerns with respect to the intensity of use on the property. On page 7 at the bottom, you'll see a summary of the land use planning opinion and the reasons for staff's recommendation. And those are identified in items 1 through 8, and I'll just go through those briefly. So the reason staff is recommending approval of this application is ultimately because it's a quite unique situation that we're dealing with here. As you recall, the high water has made a portion of the building, or the lower level of the building, unusable. One of the features of the proposed amendment is that we're adding into the amendment that the lower level of the building is not permitted to be used for habitable space. So should the water ever go back down again, we're not going to be left with a situation where we've got sleeping cabins as well as habitable space in the lower level. And that could be considered to increase the intensity of use of the property beyond what would sort of normally or historically have existed. So the reasons for staff's opinion is consistency with the provincial policy statement, conformity with the official plan, both with the district official plan and the township official plan, that there is a unique situation here that's been impacted by higher water levels. The sleeping cabins are set back behind the existing dwelling, and they have limited visibility from the lake. So from a view impact perspective, it's very limited. The sleeping cabins are small in size, and they are limited to that size. They're not asking for the full sleeping cabin size that the bylaw permits on properties where a sleeping cabin is permitted. And what we've concluded is that although the exceedance in lot coverage is significant in this instance, the lot and the development, the lot size and the development on the lot has been in existence for a number of years, and the character of this area is well established, and the proposed sleeping cabins, due to their lack of visibility and location on the property, really don't change the character of the area or increase the intensity of use in the site. And that's really achieved through restricting the intensity of use of that lower level of the building. So for those reasons, it's staff's opinion that the proposed amendments are consistent with the PPS, do conform with the planning documents. And in this unique situation, it would be appropriate in our mind to, or in our opinion, to grant approval of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. So that completes my overview and presentation on that. If there's any questions, I can do my best to try to answer those for you today.
Mr. Robinson, thank you very much for that. Council, who wants to raise their hand first? I see Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Hazelton, followed by Jarvis.
Thank you, Mayor Kutsier and Jamie, for your report. I believe you said something at the beginning of your presentation about there were permits, proper permits given out for these, some of the structures, obviously not the cabins, which are in existence, as I understand. How did we give out a proper permit or a permit for a structure where the basement's flooded now? How's that a proper permit? That's my first of two questions.
Through your worship, I'm not sure of the details related to the permit of the structure or when this building was built. I'm guessing it was built prior to zoning bylaws and at minimum elevation requirements being provided. I don't know the details about that. What I was referring to was the dock. The question at the last meeting was related to the docking structure, and that was what I was referring to.
So I would just suggest to you that I raised the issue about proper permits because this is a relatively new structure. It was built when the water was very low and no attention was being paid to the fact that the water would come back up. So I don't know why we would be issuing a permit like that, and it's worthy of making note. That's why I'm making this note. The second question is, you talked about the space in the basement never being used. Or never being allowed to be used. How would that ever be enforced? We don't seem to enforce anything like this. So could you explain to me how that's going to be enforced?
Your worship, just certainly on the first question, it's likely if the building was constructed recently, it's likely it was a reconstruction of existing non-complying structure, which the bylaws do permit that. But on the specific point of your second question, in terms of the bylaw indicates that area of the structure is not permitted to be used as habitable space. In terms of enforcement in the township is undertaken on a complaint basis. So if there was or an observation basis by municipal staff or bylaw enforcement. So if there was a complaint made or an observation made of a non-complying situation, such as the use of that lower level for habitable space, complaint could be made and the township would investigate and ensure compliance with the bylaw, either through an order or, well, first through a letter, secondly through an order, and then thirdly through action if required.
Thank you. And I believe we heard last month, and I could be mistaken in this, but I believe we heard that loads of concrete were actually put into the lower level so that the height was restricted, that it was not appropriate for habitation. And I think in part to prevent damage to the foundation with the high water levels. Councillor Hazelton, I believe you were next.
Sure. Thank you very much, Mayor Coutts here. Just like to point out a couple of things. One, this property is probably exceedingly well known to everybody in Marina Row there that travels in and out. I think we all watched with amazement as the basement was being built, and then we were all horrified when the water levels came up and saw that the basement was flooding the property, and we all felt really bad because of that. Secondly, from a drive-by perspective, just in sorry that our staff haven't been out in a boat going by this place, because the cabins are very visible from the water. They're up very high. And so sadly, that's not really an accurate section of the report. However, having said all of that, I think that, you know, in normal circumstances, if this was something new, I would have a real hard time approving it. But given the history of this property, given the fact that somebody bought the property in lower water when it was a lovely cabin with a, you know, a main floor and a fully finished basement with sliding doors and everything else, and they've had to spend a pant load of money to fill in the basement because it was continually being flooded. They also apparently bought a couple of cabins from a contractor who just installed them, and they just assumed that the building permits were all looked after, but apparently that wasn't the case. Also, another key factor for me is the size of the cabins are tiny. One could essentially build a little breezeway between the two of them and have one sleeping cabin instead of two. You know, these are the kinds of things in my mind that would justify supporting this, and I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Just to actually, I'm going to mirror some of Councillor Hazelton's comments there. One being the view from the lake. Those cabins are very prominent. There's absolutely no doubt of their existence, and they stand out like two little fingers up behind the head of somebody when you do the Mickey Mouse thing. But or is it the Playboy thing? I can't remember which. Anyway, they are prominent. I'm agreeing with Councillor Coetzee and Jamie in that it is highly unlikely that bottom level will ever be reoccupied in light of all the concrete that's been poured in there. So I don't think that's going to happen again. But I'm really, and I feel badly for the owners in that it seems they were sold a bill of goods, and somebody should have known better. Being real estate agents and contractors, this drives me a little crazy, and that's why I'm against this. Is because we got two cabins that were installed by a contractor who should have known better. And we're on a small piece of property. You got a cottage there with less than zero setback, massive dock structure that maybe have been built within permit, but it's huge. And apropos, it's interesting, Mr. Robinson indicates that what's going on there is sort of in line with what's going along that shoreline, and he is correct. But I would comment that everything that's going on along that shoreline is totally wrong. And in this case, I think it's best we try and set an example and tell these guys, get these things off there and work things out some other way, because I hate this concept of, okay, we'll get it done now and ask for permission or ask for forgiveness as opposed to asking for permission. Don't like that idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councillor wish to comment? All right, what I have in front of me, and I'm not going to comment simply because I won't say anything that adds to the conversation. What I have in front of me is moved by Councillor Wienko, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved, the council receives Development Service Report 2020-062 and that council approve the zoning bylaw amendment application by enacting bylaw 2020-065 for 2572 Island 820. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so it's 5 in favor. That includes myself, and 2 against. So that is carried. Thank you. Next in front of us is Development Services Report 2020-64 in regards to Brandy's Cove Site Plan Amendment Application. Mr. Robinson, I believe this is you as well.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So this is a site plan application that has come before council at the previous meeting. There was three items of follow-up that came out from the previous council meeting. This is found starting on page 69 of the agenda package, and I'll work through the three items for why this has been brought back to council. First was confirmation of a survey and for the proposed sewage system to be included on a survey. And just maybe before I get into that in detail, this is a proposed site plan amendment application, again, that council's being requested to pass a resolution to authorize the entering into of a site plan agreement through the passing of a bylaw to enact that amendment to an existing site plan agreement. The purpose of the agreement pertains to an on-site sewage system for the Brandy's Cove Yachting Center. The sewage system on the site is currently dealt with through a holding tank. The effluent that would be processed by the proposed sewage system is effluent from boats and from the yachting facilities, from the office, and also from the washrooms on the site. So really, from a sort of in summary, what's being proposed here is to convert the existing holding tanks into a set on-site sewage disposal system. The reason the proposed system is subject to MOECP approval is because overall on the entire property, there's a number of systems which exceed 10,000 liters per day, which pushes the proposed approval into the MOECP realm. The applicants have obtained an ECA application or an ECA permit from the MOE for the proposed sewage system. What council's being asked to do here is to consider a proposed site plan application. The site plan, and it's an amendment to that existing site plan control application or site plan control agreement. And the proposed amendment is for specifically to identify the location of the sewage disposal system. So the three items why this was pushed back from the previous council meeting, one was a survey related to septic system confirmation setbacks. So Rudy Mack, who's the surveyor for the applicants, has taken the information provided by Gunnell Engineer and prepared a survey. There's an excerpt of this attached. It's also included in the agenda package, and it confirms that the proposed system meets the minimum 30-meter setback requirement of the zoning bylaw. The second item relates to comments from MECP on a Burnside report. Burnside were retained by Eastern Georgian Bay Protective Society to complete a review of the ECA application and a review of the septic system. MECP provided a comment which is included at attachment 3. And that I'll just read that for you. It's included in an email, and it's from Chris Hyde, who is with MECP, and it states that there will be a letter going out to the township next week from Environmental Permissions Branch to clarify that there are no outstanding issues with the Brandy's Cove ECA. So that was intended for the township to receive that the week of October 5th, which was last week. We have not received that to date. I did follow up with Miss Brandon, who's the applicant, and she was going to follow up with Mr. Hyde, but at the time of this meeting, we still have not been provided with a formal letter to that effect, only with the email that indicates that there's no outstanding issues with the system. The third item relates to access and really the question of prematurity on whether or not it would be premature for the township to enter into a site plan agreement without an opinion letter being provided, enter into a site plan agreement with without formal access being obtained over the Hallman property. What we've come to realize is that there is a formal access to the site notwithstanding where it crosses over the Hallman property. We did seek an opinion from Russell Christie from Mr. Veldmoom related to that component, and his opinion was that it would not be appropriate to delay or not make a decision on the site plan agreement based on that existing access situation, that is something that can be resolved at another point in time, but it's something that's been outstanding for a number of years now. But through this site plan application, that council should proceed to make a decision on the application. So those are the three items that why this application was pushed back, why there was no decision made at the previous meeting. So with that completes an overview. Staff's recommendation remains that council should pass the bylaw authorizing the execution of the site plan agreement. If there's any questions, I can do my best to try to answer those for you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillors, who would like to begin our discussion on this matter? Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. I'd like to shift the conversation a little bit because I think there's a lot of other things that are of relevance here. And I'll start off by saying we as council are responsible to all of our residents to make decisions that respect and care for the environment. And approving a site plan amendment is just one example of when we exercise these responsibilities. And just like in the building code, it may define what a suitable septic system might be for a particular requirement. There is still the responsibility that we as council have to make for protecting the environment, wetlands, fish habitat, etc. So just because MEC may have approved a septic system, that doesn't remove our responsibility for protecting wetlands and fish habitat. I'm going to come back to that in a minute or two. And Karen, if you're here, I ask you to put up a diagram, and if you could do that, and I'll come back to that in a minute or two. So what's I think important here is we have many letters of concern about this project. We have letters of concern from the GBA, from Pat Northey, from the Métis people. We have over 210 residents in the township. We're all asking for a deferral. And in that process where the community has reached out, 95% of all the people contacted have said this is a really bad idea and they think it should be deferred. We also have heard from MECP indirectly, but we don't have any direct comment. We don't have any analysis from MECP experts, and we don't have any updated design from Gunnell. I won't go back to the compliance from a zoning bylaw, but the elevation issues still haven't been addressed. But what's important here is the design is based on non-current data, old volumes instead of current data. The 2020 ECA talks about 80 liveaboard boats, not the 130 that are there today. The ECA omits the comfort station and the washrooms and the office. The ECA omits the future shop washroom. The ECA omits the transient boat volumes that Brandy's Cove has been advertising for. So the system could be way too small for the requirements. However, the greatest importance is the proposed system does not have any features to reduce nitrogen, and nitrogen leaching into the water could harm or kill fish. It doesn't have any features to reduce phosphorus, and that could result in algal blooms and poor water quality. It does not respect the water quality objectives required for Severn Sound. Now, let me switch back to this diagram here. We all know that we have fish habitat concerns in Georgian Bay. I have mocked up the survey so you can see them. You can get this off of the Georgian Bay mapping system, but there's a fish habitat on the north side of the property. There's a fish habitat on the west side of the property and on the south side of the property. And I've drawn little red lines in here that are 120-meter lines, which according to the official plan says that in section D166, that site alteration on lands within 120 meters of type 1 or unknown fish habitat need an impact assessment. So, and it's a shall be submitted to the township. So that has not been done. We have no fish habitat impact assessment on this property. Further, in section D.2.2.11.1, it talks about the Severn Sound watershed boundary, and it says the township shall ensure that provisions are made for the protection of the Severn Sound ecosystem. Just for everybody to know, we in this area of Brandeis Island and Eastern Georgian Bay are all within the Severn Sound watershed area. And so things that we do and allow to leach into the Severn Sound must conform, according to our official plan, with the protection of the Severn Sound ecosystem. And it specifically calls out addressing potential development impacts such as nutrient, phosphorus, and other loadings. So none of these have been taken into consideration. And then we get to another section, section D3, areas of use limitation. And if you read the design document provided by Gunnell, it tells us that the water table is 0.91 meters below the surface. However, D3.1.2 says areas with water tables within 1.5 meters, including areas blah, 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 shall have a site evaluation report dealing with the fact that there is a very shallow water table. And then we also get into other characteristics here, and that is section F3, land use policy. And in F3.2.1.7, it says, dredging and filling, blah, 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 shall not confer additional development density based on increased frontage. So in the diagram, you have a blue shaded area there just to the bottom right, if you will, of the proposed sewage treatment system. All of this is fill, but according to our bylaw, fill does not confer additional development density. So what we're saying here is that the lot line that we need to be looking at is the original lot line, basically at the top of the blue area, as opposed to the setbacks that we're looking at there. And so as far as I can see here, after diligent reading of our official plan, there is a massive fail in this project from compliance with our official plan. And so when I come back to kind of the other concerns that we've got all of the community, everybody you talk to saying this is a really bad idea. I cannot imagine how any of us as councillors could approve a site plan when we have these glaring holes, all environmental in nature, when we are responsible to make decisions that respect and care for the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Robinson, do you wish to respond?
No, I don't think there's anything there I need to respond to. Thanks.
All right. I can't see who might have their hand up here yet. Well, now I can. Councillor Bochek.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee, and Mr. Hazelton for the insight here. Well, I don't believe council should be shamed into voting one way or the other by putting us in front of a public audience and stating such. I'm basing this based on facts. I've read all the material that was provided to us. I read a lot of unsubstantiated material that I have an issue with. Things like the report I read said that there was no natural soil in this area, that it was all infilled. It didn't give any support to that, saying that there was perk samples done, that there was soil density studies done, that there was any studies done at all. It was simply an accusation by the person who wrote the document. So I would have liked to seen some proof to the accusations that were made. My second point is to Jamie. One of the things that was weighing heavily on me was the fact that we had a deposition by a neighbor who said that he owned property on the Brandon property, and that this would reduce the setbacks from the septic system. I read the letter from the lawyer, and the lawyer doesn't have the same opinion at all, as a matter of fact, that I didn't even see any proof of right of occupancy of any ownership or anything. It was just the opposite to what the fellow had said that came in and spoke to us. So in reviewing everything, and knowing the purpose of why this system is trying to be installed, I think the lesser of two evils is to have a system like this installed instead of keeping the status quo. Now, I was very enamored by the number of signatures on a petition, and a lot of those people I know personally. So I took it upon myself to ask them some questions. They were completely uninformed as to the details and simply signed a petition because of what they were told. So I don't put a lot of weight in that either. I think as councillors, we are demanded to make individual decisions and not be challenged by another councillor that we're making the wrong decision if we don't vote with them. So I'd just like to remind councillors that it's your independent duty to make your own decisions in this case and not be swayed by intimidation. I thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. Jamie, can you just confirm something for me? It should be obvious, but I just wanted to know, get a confirmation here, maybe just not only for myself, but for the public. This system that they're proposing to put in, is this to improve what is existing?
Through your worship to the councillor, that's the intention. There is a holding tank currently being used. So when the holding tank gets filled, the sewage system pumper needs to come, empty the tank, and then dispose of it off-site. The intention here is to have an on-site sewage system, which is something that is preferred by the Ministry of the Environment, which is the authority over this system.
Okay, thank you for that, Jamie.
Councillor Rienko.
I got two questions. I guess my first question is to Jamie, and the second question, I'm not too sure who can answer it, but the first question to Jamie is that if this site plan agreement gets turned down today, what options does the proponent have going forward on this?
So through your worship to the councillor, if it gets turned down, or if council decides not to make a decision on it, then the applicant has the ability to appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board. If council decides not to make a decision, the appeal would be on the basis of council's non-decision within 30 days of the receipt of an application. The Planning Act does prescribe that municipalities make decisions on site plan applications within 30 days. We obviously know that that doesn't always happen. And then secondly, if council decides to deny the application, for example, the applicant could appeal that denial to the Ontario Municipal Board. The only person that has any appeal rights is the applicant on site plan control applications.
Okay, and my second question, I don't know if it's to you or to Councillor Hazelton, but he brought up a number of environmental concerns, fisheries concerns, and so on. Who would be responsible to address those concerns, and who should they be addressed to? Should be addressed to the township or to the ministry? I'm just not sure how to proceed with all these concerns. Who would investigate them, and where would they be reported to? Maybe Jamie, you can maybe try or start off answering that.
Certainly. So through your worship, the location of the septic system And I think that's really what the question is about here, is the location appropriate given potential for environmental features in proximity. I think that's the big picture question here. And the answer to that is that the zoning bylaw prescribes setbacks for sewage disposal systems. And the setback requirement of the zoning bylaw is 30 meters for a sewage disposal system. And the proposed sewage system complies with that setback. If they were proposing less than a 30-meter setback for a system, then it would trigger the need for those environmental studies, for example, because you'd be considering a lesser setback than what's prescribed in the zoning bylaw. But in this instance, what's proposed is to develop within the setbacks that are already prescribed in the zoning bylaw for those features. So for example, the zoning bylaw specifically identifies a minimum 5-meter setback from type 1 fish habitat. The septic system's 30 meters. The bylaw prescribes a minimum 15-meter setback in the zoning bylaw from an environmental protection zone. The system's 30 meters from environmental protection zone. The zoning bylaw prescribes a 30-meter setback from any water course or water body, and what's being proposed here is the 30 meters, and that's specifically related to the 177.4 contour.
Yeah, but that's not the question I asked. Basically, I wanted to find out who would be qualified to address some of these environmental concerns. Maybe Councillor Hazelton can answer them or something like that. He did mention the Seven Sound Environmental Group, but to address these concerns, who would be qualified to address the concerns, and should they be addressed to the township or to the ministry or both? Maybe Councillor Hazelton can maybe expand on that.
Maybe I can just clarify before Council Hazelton speaks to the matter, if you're requesting him to do that. Is like what I was getting at with respect to that response is that the planning documents for the township prescribe what those areas of concern or influence are, and they prescribe where building envelopes are on the site, on sites across the municipality, and they take into consideration issues such as water quality protection, such as habitat protection, such as fish habitat protection. And those items are ingrained in the zoning bylaw, and those setbacks are ingrained in the zoning bylaw already. If you're asking, so from our perspective and from a planning perspective, those aren't issues. Mr. Hazelton's identified that they are issues. So if you're looking for someone else to comment on how to satisfy those issues, then maybe he can provide comments on that. But from a planning perspective and from the planning documents that you have in play today in the municipality, those items already do establish building envelopes for development that can be constructed in accordance with the zoning bylaw. If you want to go beyond or what the zoning bylaw requirements have, then studies could be triggered, but that's not the case in this instance.
Councillor Hazelton, do you want to comment now?
Councillor Wienko, I'm in charge of this meeting, not you. So if you'd like him to comment, you should make the request through the chair. But before Councillor Hazelton comments, I do have one question of clarification I think is directly related. And that is, I believe, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Robinson, I believe that if a development is within 120 meters of fish habitat, an impact study has to be done in regards to that fish habitat?
Through your worship, that's what I've already commented on, is if it's a zoning bylaw amendment situation, absolutely. In this instance, it complies with the zoning bylaw. The proposed location is in compliance with the bylaw currently. So there is no need for that study in this instance. That's my opinion. Somebody else can have a different opinion, but that's my opinion on the matter.
Well, that's what I was asking for. Councillor Hazelton, Councillor Wienko wanted you to respond if you could have some direct answers for his questions.
So first of all, what body would we go to for guidance or whatever? The Severn Sound, so SSEA, which you are on the board of, have expressed interest in providing the township concern or comments on the potential environmental damage that could be or impact, we'll call it environmental impact of the proposed system. And we don't have that yet, but our official plan specifically talks about the township shall ensure that provisions are made for the protection of the Severn Sound ecosystem. And it would seem to me that the Severn Sound SSEA would be that organization. But further, if I could, I find it odd that we have an official plan that speaks to 120 meter setback. For some reason, we're ignoring it. We have areas of use limitation with water tables that are less than 1.5 meters. For some reason, we're choosing to ignore that. We have land use policies that say
Councillor Hazelton, you're now repeating what you told us already. I was asking you to respond to Councillor Wienko's questions.
So nothing further to add at the moment.
All right, we have not heard from Councillor Cooper or Councillor Jarvis, I believe, in this round. So Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor Kutzier. I have a lot of concerns about this development and this particular sewage system. Starting with, and I know some of this has been said, so I'm not going to get into the details. I think a lot of the details have been raised by Councillor Hazelton. There are questions that need to be answered, including information that's from 4 years ago in terms of usage. I find that very disturbing. But I just think this is not aligning with our strat plan and commitments we made to protect the environment in 2018. That's key to me. I also have to say, and very disappointed to have to say this, that I have, because of what I've seen through this whole process, I lack confidence in the oversight of this application from a technical perspective. And I see too many questions that seem to be unanswered. So that concerns me. I do have a lot of questions about the efficacy of the proposed system. So that is primary, on top of which Coastal Georgian Bay has spoken in many different ways. Many organizations have spoken, neighbors have spoken. There's a lot of concern. I am of the opinion that when you hear no from the community, you're hearing no from your councillors. I'm not speaking for Councillor Jarvis, by the way, or anybody else, but from the coastal councillors, there's still too many questions unanswered, and I think we need to get them answered before we move forward. So I would recommend we give consideration to deferring this until we do some more digging, including along with the suggestion of using SSEA. So that's where I stand on this, and thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jarvis.
I'd be echoing Councillor Hazelton and Councillor Cooper's comments. It's nice that Councillor Cooper chose to speak for me. I always appreciate that. I have significant concerns with the efficacy of this, but I have more concerns with a councillor that tells us that another councillor is trying to bully us by reminding us of our environmental obligations as we set out when we set up this term of council. There's no bullying going on here. It's a reminder that we have an obligation to the environment. As has been discussed among a few of us councillors, our economy really does hinge on an environment that works. And if the environment doesn't work, our economy goes into the tank, I'd say a septic tank. While I really appreciate the concept of taking a holding tank where septic is actually shipped off site, which actually just blows my mind, and turning it into a processing site for sewage makes a whole heck of a lot of sense. But I don't like what's being proposed here for many reasons. One, too many questions about the efficacy of the of the system, 2, its proximity to too many different environmental features that are of concern, not to mention just the water quality in general and the impact, possible impact there. I really have grave issues with this whole setup, and I'm not prepared to accept it as it is right now. If we can defer for further information and get the SSEA involved as an example, then I would go with that. That's how I feel right now.
Thank you. I guess I have a couple of comments, but also one very specific question, and perhaps Mr. Robinson, you can respond to this. One of the items that Councillor Hazelton raised was that part of the island as we now see it was created from fill. And if that filled area is within the 30 meters of the system, was that addressed, and is that not of some concern?
Through your worship, I'm not sure specifically to the section of the bylaw that Council Hazelton's referring to, but what the bylaw requires in terms of setback is a setback from a contour, which is the 177.4 contour. And the setback requirement is specific to that contour. It doesn't discuss filled land or not filled land. What maybe he's referring to is the definition of lot area and what's included in lot area and what's not included in lot area, but that's not specifically referent or relevant to the setback calculations that are included on the site plan.
All right, thank you. I guess my comments follow, and Councillor Bocheck will start a second round once I get to speak in the first round before we go to the second round. I think in our procedural discussion of a couple of weeks ago, I don't think you were trying to totally muffle the mayor. I too share some of the concerns. I mean, I absolutely respect the fact that the intent of this proposal is to treat collected septage on site versus shipping it off. And I think that's absolutely a step in the right direction. The less we move septage around, perhaps the better, though I do know that the vehicles that move it are licensed, and often it's used in agricultural purposes at some distance, which isn't a bad thing in itself. However, I do find myself quite concerned when I hear about things like nitrogen and phosphorus and not being fully addressed. And I'm also, I will quite frankly, disappointed by the ministry when they give us responses such as 1 or 2 sentences. The concerns raised do not change our opinion. Now I'm paraphrasing because that's not a correct quote, but that's the impression I'm getting. And I'm thinking, well, that's not treating us as residents in the area with any great respect, which is rather disappointing. So that does definitely concern me. It also concerns me on a minor, perhaps minor point, but the ministry promised us a letter prior to this meeting and we haven't seen it. So we just have an email saying it's coming. And I'm thinking that, you know, as much as I hate deferrals, especially when they're repeated, I find myself quite concerned that we don't have the full information. I mean, I do respect that we're only looking at a site plan agreement here. What's in front of us is, in one sense, a minor technicality, but on the other hand, it's part of a major system that I don't believe has been fully responded to by the ministry who has that responsibility. And you know, I don't, and perhaps the information is there and I just haven't found it. But I don't know how this system is supposed to address things like the nitrogen and the phosphorus. And you know, it may be 30 meters away from the shoreline, but it's going to handle a heck of a lot more volume than most sewage systems. So I think it's very important. And I trust the applicant would agree that it's very important that this system works properly. That I hate to see not only the environment, but also the applicant stuck 2 or 3 years down the road with a disaster. because I don't think would be good for anyone. So I find, regardless of which way I end up voting, I find myself nervous, and I don't like to be uncomfortable. So we'll now go to round two, and I know Councillor Bocek was already volunteering to step in. I see Councillor Wienko's hand, and I see Douglas, Councillor Douglas. So let me put initials down before I forget, and then we'll keep on going. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. And with no disrespect to Councillor Hazelton or the mayor, I do respect the science. I understand the science. I've been involved in many septic systems throughout my career. And I listen to the science. The problem I have with this is putting in a holding tank or using a holding tank and shipping and we're not going to call this septic material from boats. A lot of this is septage. Understand the difference between septic material and septage. Most facilities won't even accept septage. Our transfer station here doesn't accept septage. The Baxter Lagoon, when it was open, would not accept septage. This really needs to be taken away and treated by a larger facility. And in this case, Midland would be a typical example of somebody who would accept it. We all know what the larger towns do when they get a big rainstorm. The raw sewage gets pumped directly into our waterway. So if SSEA has a concern with water quality and leaching from a septic system, I would think that they would prefer to have a filtration bed do it instead of raw sewage being dumped into the bay by a municipality. So with the Baxter Lagoon being closed down due to lack of maintenance and leaching septic into the wetlands around it, the proper method, which is going to really go against what Councillor Hazelton said about the material, when you install a filtration plant or a septic bed, it's demanded that you import the material, being Whitby sand for filtration, because the natural ability for the natural soil to filter just isn't there. You have to import the proper filtering sands for the system. So I think we're looking at the less of two evils here. And I believe that by having a system in place on this property that can filter the material being brought in from boats is far better than the alternative, which is storing it in tanks, which are subject to leak and spillage, transporting this over roads to get it to where it's going to end up, and then perhaps it won't be filtered or treated properly at that stage. So I'm going to reiterate, I'm taking into consideration everything that the other councillors have said. I'm listening to the science. I believe in the science. And I think that looking at the less of two evils, this system being installed is the right course of action. So I'll leave it at that. And that's my second round. I won't make a third one, Mr. Mayor.
Only time will tell, but thank you. Councillor Wienko.
Thank you very much. I've been listening to what's been said and the concerns that Councillor Hazelton has mentioned, and also Councillor Jarvis has indicated. I think it's prudent, and I know there's a motion or a resolution on the agenda tomorrow to ask SSEA to weigh in on the issue, and I'm tending towards that resolution unless I hear anything new between now and then. I think that's the job of SSEA is to assist the township in making environmental decisions, which this is. And I know they won't take sides. I don't want them to take sides, and I'm sure they won't take sides, but they could add some opinions as to what the impacts might be of any potential effluent going into these sensitive areas. And I would urge, and I'll be asking for a change in the resolution to suggest that the SSEA advise us on a potential ongoing monitoring program of this system once it's improved, similar to what we did with Macy Bay, where we've asked for some kind of ongoing monitoring program. And I doubt the Brandy Cove or Marina people would be against some kind of an ongoing monitoring program that's proposed by a group like the Severn Sound Environmental Association. So I would support a deferral to have them look into this before our next meeting and come up with, well, at least provide a letter to us on their potential concerns and any recommendations on a monitoring program. The other issue too, it does give us time to hear back from the MECP. And I'm wondering if it's appropriate to even invite Chris Hyde to our next meeting, maybe to address some of the concerns that have been identified. It would be nice to have a letter, but it would also nice to have somebody come and explain their decisions on this proposal. So I think if we can work out these two additional sources of information, I would support a deferral for a month and see if we can get some more information.
Oh, there we go. My mouse is giving me, okay, mouse pad is giving me grief today. Thank you very much. I had Councillor Douglas, I believe, next in line.
Yep, thank you, Mayor Coetzee. I'm listening to what everybody has to say here, and I just want to say thank you to all the councillors, because you're bringing up some information, some may be founded or not, and I think until we get some of that information, it's very hard to make a decision one way or the other. And I do want to thank Councillor Bochek for the education on the difference between septic and septage. I actually didn't know that. One thing I do see here is this is a system that they are looking to put in to better this system that's in place now, which tells me that the owners themselves are very concerned about what's going on with the environment around them. Obviously, something needs to be done. They want to improve their system. And I think it would only be prudent that given the questions that we have for not only the township, but also I would think, I'm just guessing, but I would think for the owners themselves, that they are reassured that the system they are putting in itself is adequate and does do the job that they're looking to have done. And in the future, they don't run into some sort of environmental situation, which would just be horrific cost-wise and otherwise. I would agree with Councillor Wianco. There's a couple of things that maybe could be done here. And if we could see that happen with the SSEA, I would be in favor, and hopefully this would be agreeable with our applicant to have this put off for another month, just to give a little bit more time for all the people to respond and a few more things to be looked at. It just could be, this is just my thought on this. I mean, I think it's in everybody's best interest here that we give it the time that it's needed. It is, in my opinion, probably the better system to go in, than have what's sitting there. I mean, they are looking to improve, and that is the main thing that I'm looking at, is that they are actually looking to improve. And I think that that's the best thing. I just think there's a couple of questions we need to have answered. So I would be in favor of a deferral to get that information just going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brandon, I've seen your hands a couple times. I will allow you, this is not a public meeting, but I will allow you a brief response to Councillor Douglas and Councillor Wianco.
Sure. Can you hear me? Okay. So just briefly, just wanted to touch on a few things. So I think, and this kind of relates to a few of the comments that have come out as it relates to the peer review that was done. I think those two peer reviews were commissioned in order to assess the technical issues associated with a potential system. And there were two legitimate firms that did full-blown peer reviews, submitted their reports. My consultant responded to those issues. The MECP sent it to the appropriate department internally, had the proper technical people review the response, and came back and said there aren't any concerns. So whether I appreciate, Mayor Coetzee, what you're saying as it relates to the actual letter that hasn't come in, and obviously that is expected, but so I can understand that perspective in saying, we can do a conditional approval based on that letter, even though I have the email and I sent it. That logically makes sense to me, because you want the letter that confirms that the Burns Head report isn't a concern going forward. Therefore, if that's something that you feel is necessary, providing a conditional approval based on that letter, for me, check the box, totally got it, makes sense. Delaying this for the reasons outlined by Councillor Hazelton, I'm not really understanding. The track record here that I've seen is this is the third time, I believe, potentially fourth, that this has come to Planning Council or Council. And there's a consistent theme that happens. Every meeting it starts, Councillor Hazelton brings up issues that were never identified previously. We always end up finding out that those issues aren't actually issues. There is a consistent theme. Last month, it was relating to setbacks. And supposedly there was an issue with the 1774 line. There weren't. There are no issues with these comments that Councillor Hazelton is bringing up. There's an obvious purpose here, but that is the case. It's not an actual concern. As it relates to phosphorus, I did get a notification sent to me this morning that basically came from my consultant, who asked if I was aware that this was on the agenda tomorrow, which I wasn't. And his response was, as we know, our part of Georgian Bay is not deemed to be sensitive to phosphorus based on their current bylaw, and the MECP does not require phosphorus reduction, and they are the technical reviewers. I also forwarded it to my external counsel, who then confirmed this is outside of the jurisdiction of the township. I also forwarded it to my technical team, who confirmed the numbers that are referenced by Councillor Hazelton are incorrect. So we get to this point every month where there's a list of items that you say to me, please come back and respond to these issues. I have come back and responded to all of them, other than you're waiting on a letter from the MECP. The issues that Councillor Hazelton has brought up, again, are inaccurate, which is a consistent theme. And trust me, I will be sending a full report on all of the inaccuracies. And this is going down a path in which it's a stall tactic, in my opinion. I agree with Councillor Bochek's assessment. The people who are signing this petition, they don't actually know the information. They're being asked to support a petition without actually having proper information. And nobody, this is not a knock against anyone on this council. You're all very qualified. I know all of your backgrounds in different fields, but no one on this council is actually technical. And the ministry, including Councillor Hazelton, who comes from a business development background. So the ministry is technical and capable of doing these assessments. The peer reviewers are capable. My consultant is capable. They've all gone through the information. They've signed off on it. And this stall tactic that seems to be consistent every meeting, it's really getting challenging. And to answer Councillor Wienko's question, the next step is the local planning appeal tribune. That is my next step, because at some point in time, you got to just put a pin in it. I don't want to do that. I want to have council on board with moving forward. I understand Mayor Coetze's concern that the Burnside report hasn't been confirmed by an official letter from the MECP. So I suggest, and obviously I don't even know if this is even a possibility, but if I was in your position, I would say, okay, I get it. You've satisfied all your requirements, clearly satisfied all of the requirements. Let's get this approval conditional upon MECP confirming that the Burnside report has actually been reviewed and there are no outstanding issues.
Okay.
That's all I'd like to say.
Thank you very much. All right, where was I? Councillor Douglas, I don't know if you were finished, and then we'll go to Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you very much to Cheryl Brandon for clarification on some of these things, because I'm a little bit obviously hanging on the environmental issue part and whether or not some of these issues that are being brought up are actually accurate. And I can't say I don't disagree about the petition. I don't know what they're basing their information on that they would be signing that. So that has been a question in my mind since the beginning, but I just want to say thank you to Cheryl for piping up here, because this is really helpful for me as a counselor to hear some of this information coming back from the technical people who have done the peer reviews. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, I'm glad you're back. I saw you were missing for a few minutes.
I didn't really want to leave, and I apologize to Councillor Douglas. Obviously, the connection was not good. So I'm back in, and I would just like to respond to a few things. One about stalling tactics. I really don't see it that way at all. I think that if we can approve this with a system that really can do the job, I say, let's have at it. But I think at the moment, there's still too many unanswered questions. So it's not about we're trying to stall. I would also say that, you know, Councillor Bochek has talked about the science and how he understands it. I also understand that SSEA is a very scientific organization, and they can provide us with some of the science and perhaps in a much more broad and objective way. So I think it's important to remember that. I would also like to point out that I can't verify that 100%, but the majority of, as I understand, of marinas that are along the coast of Georgian Bay are basically doing pump outs and taking septage and transmitting it, moving it to municipal sites where it can be mixed in with what I'll say is weaker septage and processed. So I think that's important to remember that this is a very unusual situation where there's this idea of treating septage. In the future, I think it's a great thought, but I'm not convinced that that's what's going on in most of the marinas around Georgian Bay, and any research I've done on that verifies that. So I think we need to remember that as well. So I just, I'm still uncomfortable with this, and I'm not in favor of moving forward at this time. I would like to be able to move forward in the future. Thank you. Oh, and sorry, by the way, I hope Councillor Hazelton will talk a little bit about what has transpired in the towns of Midland and Penetang in terms of what's been put into the bay during a storm cycle, because I think there's some misunderstanding around that particular point as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wink, I think you've already been in this round. We got Councillors Hazelton and Jarvis in this round before we decide whether we go to a third round. I'm not seeing any hands from, oh, there's Councillor Jarvis.
I'm hoping that Councillor Hazelton will address a few things. I see he's got his hand up, which is good. I'll be very quick. I'm going to echo Councillor Cooper on this, and and I don't want to repeat what I've just said, but I think the idea of treating septage on site makes a whole heck of a lot of sense. But I'm very, very concerned about the questions raised about this septage being treated appropriately, and that's why I'm not happy with moving forward on this right now. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Hazelton.
So thank you. I'd like to address the applicant with a few comments here. And I'm sorry that she thinks that what I'm bringing forward are stall tactics. What I'm trying to do is represent my constituents, the residents in the community, and from what the residents have heard through the peer reviews, and though are serious concerns, and they have never been fully addressed. And so we have a community who thinks that the system that is proposed is not going to do the things that need to be done to protect the environment. I brought up a few examples in my rant earlier, which is there's no nitrogen reduction and there's no phosphorus reduction. I could almost guarantee that if a system could be shown to include the safety for the environment, reduction of phosphorus, reduction of nutrients, and potentially reduction of pathogens, which again is still not being addressed, that the community would probably get behind this and support it. So this is not blind, objections. These are people in the community who are seriously concerned about the quality. And to a comment that Councillor Douglas said earlier, she thinks and has echoed or made a comment that the applicant probably should have or does have environmental focus in her mind as they go about doing this application. Now, one of the things I will point out is and sadly, I have to provide some criticism of other government ministries. We have found over and over and over again that other government ministries are not necessarily as focused on environmental protection of our community as we should be, and as our official plan requires us to be. And so for us to rely on another ministry and pretend that they have all of that concern, I think is folly. So moving on just a little bit here, I was asked to make a couple of comments about what Councillor Bocek had said about how much better it is to put process sewage and septage and put it in the ground as opposed to sending it off to Midland or other places. The overflows from those cities is not raw sewage. It's partially treated sewage, way safer than what you would be getting out of holding tanks or even a residential septic system. So there's a little bit of a fallacy there of how bad it is. I'm not suggesting it's good, but the historic strategies of dealing with septage generally is a 25-to-1 dilution in order for it to be able to be processed in a sewage treatment plant. That gives us a little bit of an idea of how strong this stuff is. And then if we think about, well, you're going to stick that into a septic system, and that septic system isn't even approved by the Ontario Building Code for use in a residence, but we're going to stick this ultra strong septage into it, and then we're not going to do any phosphorus and nitrogen remediation or reduction. I mean, these are not rocket science concepts. These are basic fundamental things that most residents can get their minds around and say, wow, if those are things that are not yet addressed, then this is a really bad thing. However, if these things were addressed, and there are septic systems out there that can address them, I have nothing to do with them. But I do know that there are systems out there that will actually deal with nutrients. In fact, the current proposed system has a phosphorus reduction module that for some reason has not been recommended. And I think it also has a nitrogen reduction module that has not been recommended. And so if a system that fully dealt with the environmental concerns was actually part of the design and the proposal, I'm absolutely certain that the neighborhood community would get on side and support this. But we aren't there yet, and there is just too much to lose. Once this starts polluting, and with the lack of nitrogen and phosphorus modules, once this starts polluting, we're never turning back. We're just going to have polluted water. And I don't think the applicant wants that. And I know the community doesn't want that. Thank you.
Okay. I'm seeing hands waved up, and we've done 2 rounds. And in theory, that's enough to go for a vote, but I'm going to allow a 3rd round because I think there's enough interest in comment. But I would like at this point in my little doodle notes, I've got 3 councillors who want to vote against the system. I have 1 councillor who deferred, or suggesting a deferral, and I got a couple councillors who haven't quite said what how they will vote. So I would like you to comment, because each of you, if you want to get in the 3rd round, because I'm sensing that a deferral might get approval as opposed to, I'm not sure I'm not sure we're going to find 4 people who are going to vote in favor. And I'd rather defer than defeat, just because I think that addresses the issue of that people feel that some people feel that they need a little more, or councillors feel they need a little more information. So with that, I see Councillor Douglas's hand up, and I also saw Councillor Wienko's hand up. And then I see Councillor Bocek. So why don't we just go in order of Douglas, Wienko, Bocek. Douglas, Wienko, Bocek. Then I saw Cooper's hand up, and I'm sure Jarvis and Hazelton will join in eventually. Councillor Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. You're absolutely correct. I think that it's going to be hard to get this to be either passed and not go into a defeat. And I don't want to see that, because I think that needs to be done. I think it needs to be done correctly, and I think the applicant would like to see that as well as the councillors. I do have a question in regards to phosphorus mitigation and the nitrogen retention. Is there in fact a part of the system that's being proposed that addresses that, or is Councillor Hazelton correct in his what he has to say about that these modules have not been included? And perhaps Ms. Brandon could address that through your worship.
Ms. Brandon, do you know if there's anything in place to address phosphorus or nitrogen?
So the way the system has been designed, to my understanding, again, I mentioned this in one of the prior meetings that I'm not technical, it's that they designed it for the wherever the location is, based on whatever is technically required, based on whatever's best for the environment. I don't have the details on what amount of nitrogen, phosphorus removal is happening. What I do know is that we meet all the requirements. So there's absolutely nothing in this system. We can have a whole analysis. Again, we can get another 3 groups to look at, how much phosphorus is produced, how much nitrogen is produced. But it doesn't change the fact that I meet the standards. So we've done the work internally. My technical team designed it appropriately. It's improving the environment. These issues that have been highlighted by Councillor Hazelton at the beginning of the meeting aren't actually concerns. It's just, it is what it is. I think I've been exceptionally patient in trying to be on board, a good participant. I believe this is what's best. I've invested a lot of time and energy into this in capital. It's just every round. This nitrogen phosphorus issue, let's just be clear. The ECA approved this in May of 2020. This is the first time, it's October 13th. It's the first time this is coming to light. And again, it's something that Alan Hazelton has never addressed at any of the prior meetings as an issue. But because all of the other concerns that were brought up have in fact been addressed, now all of a sudden pops out of a cake and there's a new issue. It's just unbelievable. I have nothing to say. Unbelievable.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Douglas, are you finished? Do you have anything?
Okay. So are you looking for getting councillors' feelings on this, Mayor Coetzee? Was that part of your?
That's part of it, yes.
Okay. So I sort of see it from all angles here, and I can certainly understand why Ms. Brandon is getting frustrated. However, those 2 items, the phosphorus and the nutrient, that could very well be under control. I just don't have a clear understanding of whether the system is addressing that or not addressing that. And I think the answer that Ms. Brandon just provided, it's kind of, well, I'm not getting a clear answer on it. And that's no disrespect to Ms. Brandon. I think she has jumped through every hoop you could possibly think of. However, this is our environment. And I do have a bit of a question of whether it just be my own lack of understanding and need to get re-educated here on what the system's actually going to do and provide, or everything's getting a little bit muddled here over the past few meetings. I'm a little bit on the fence here on what to do. I want to see the system go in. I want a better system that's sitting there at the moment, but I also want to make sure that it's the right system and not just meeting a criteria to pass. And maybe, Jamie, maybe you could step in on this one, because I think I'm not entirely clear on that. Thank you.
Certainly. Just one point of clarification. I just want to bring us back a bit to the purpose of the site plan application versus the purpose of the ECA role. Is the ECA role here and the ministry role is similar to what a chief building official's role would be if we were dealing with a smaller system? And council has no impact, and council isn't asked to make a decision on the chief building official. The chief building official issues a permit for a sewage system if it meets the requirements, and the ministry issues a permit if it meets the requirements. And that is why the ministry has issued a permit in this instance, is because they believe it meets the requirements or the technical requirements for removal, for approval. So I don't see, although there may be questions around phosphorus, there may be questions around nitrogen, the fact of the matter is that the system meets the requirements that the ministry prescribes and that the regulations prescribe. if the system fails for some reason in the future, the minister can issue an order and the system doesn't get used anymore until it's brought into compliance, just like if a sewage system that's under the Ontario Building Code fails. So the concern about monitoring and testing and all those things, I feel gets dealt with in due course. What this council's being asked to do is not make an opinion or provide a decision about the operation of a system. They're being asked to make a decision on an amendment to a site plan application that identifies the location of a system. You have staff's opinion that it complies with the requirements of the zoning bylaw. So it seems to me it's a very simple application that council's being asked to consider, but it seems to be becoming more complex as new things are introduced or additional things are introduced that are really dealt with by other jurisdiction, not council's jurisdiction. So I want to make that point really clear, is that you're only being asked to make a decision on an amendment to a site plan application, not the functioning of a system. You don't have jurisdiction for that. That's the MOECP's jurisdiction. Just like you can't tell Mr. Fedori when to issue a permit or when to issue a compliance order. That's up to him. So that's all. I just wanted to provide that clarification.
Can I just say thank you, Jamie, for pulling us back out of the weeds. I appreciate your comments.
Yeah, and really when it comes right down to, in response to Mr. Robinson, and I think each one of us are doing our own debate on that, and we'll get back to everybody else making a quick comment, is what should the municipality do if they don't, what should an individual council, let me rephrase that, what should an individual councillor do if they don't, as a couple have already stated, have faith in the ministry? That's probably the issue a lot of people are debating, whether they're on council or sending their various bits of correspondence in. With that, let's go to Councillor Wienko.
Thank you. I don't have a problem with the location that we've chosen for this particular system, and I don't have any comments on the operation of the system. But I do have some concerns about the impact of potential effluent and on the need for ongoing monitoring. To help shell out a bit, I'm an aquatic biologist, so my interest is the impact of this system on the aquatic environment. And I've heard nowhere where anybody's indicated what the potential impact is, or that there's actually a monitoring program that will be established to look at the impact. So yeah, we can go ahead today and probably approve the location of the septic system, but I still have the concern about the potential impact. And there is a resolution tomorrow basically addressing the potential impact in a monitoring program. So I would still want that to go forward. So I don't know if we want to wait another month to have that done or approve it today, but I do want to have SSEA, potentially SSEA, to look at the impact of this system on the Severn Sound and potentially suggest a monitoring program that would be implemented. And I don't know how we can implement that without having a condition put on the site plan. Maybe Jamie could help me out here, but if the township insists that some kind of a monitoring program be conducted, how do we go about that, making sure that that is put into either this resolution, another resolution, or whatever? Thank you.
Through your worship, just on that, I think there was a question to me about, can we do this or can we include the monitoring as part of the site plan agreement? You can include any condition as part of a site plan agreement. It would be atypical, I would say. We don't typically provide monitoring of an individual's septic system or another commercial sewage system, for example. But it's really it's a difficult one for me to answer. But what I can tell you is that, and I think I advised you of this previously, is that the ECA is for a certain period of time, and they have to renew that ECA every so many years as it expires. And In addition, if the municipality or someone identifies that there's a concern with water quality that they think comes from this system, for example, in the future, they can provide a response to the ministry, and the ministry would investigate it just like the municipality would if we had a complaint on a building code matter or a building permit issue or a septic system. And then corrective action gets taken through that process. So there are other mechanisms to ensure that the system functions appropriately throughout time that aren't related to the municipality, including a clause in the site plan agreement pertaining to monitoring. But if that's something that the municipality chooses, I think it's something you could include. It's not something I'm certainly recommending, but those are my comments on the matter. As I think there's other mechanisms. Well, I know there's other mechanisms to deal with that and other processes to deal with.
Okay, I see everybody else's hand. Just a quick question to Mr. Robinson, and then we'll go on to Councillor Bocek, who's next in line. This is the last time, presuming we don't defer, this is the last time that this sewage system will be in front of council, Mr. Robinson?
It's in council's hands. The recommendation from staff is to approve the application.
No, but I mean, there's no other phases or stages or steps.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, Mayor Coates here. I'm having trouble getting my head around what people are calling facts. And it's almost like we need somebody to do fact checking here, because we're being told by one source, I'll give you an example, that the emitting phosphorus from a system is of no concern because the pH level of Georgian Bay is such that it can support additional phosphorus. So that's what I hear on one side. And the thing I hear on the other side is that this is going to be polluting due to phosphorus leaching and nitrogen leaching. So the facts that are being presented to me are completely in contrary to each other. Now, Councillor Hazelton said, and something that troubles me, that perhaps the ministries in charge are not as concerned about the environment. And I think if we play that tape back, we'll see that. They're called the Ministry of the Environment. I think that's really their main purpose, and why they hire technical staff people to review applications. These are scientists. These are people in the know. I don't think the government's in a particular habit of hiring people that are uninformed or uneducated in the department. So I think we have to rely on the Ministry of the Environment because their sole purpose is to deal with issues on the environment. So like we've heard, all the boxes have been checked. What's before us today is the approval of the location. And all the facts we've heard today to dismiss that are evolving not around the location of the septic system, but all other issues to do with the septic system. And I understand through our planning consultant that we're here to make a decision on the location, and the site plan amendment shows the location. So I don't know where this is headed, but I'm not in favor of a deferral, but that's just me personally. I think this topic has been talked to death. There's going to be other processes moving forward after this site plan is agreed to that maybe can mitigate some of the concerns that Council Hazelton, Cooper, and Jarvis seem to have brought forward. With all due respect, I think they're good concerns. But this is not the time or the place to be dealing with those concerns, because we're being asked to approve a location for a site plan amendment. And I'm ready to do that. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
I'm going to keep it very brief, Mayor Kutzier, and just say that I think we have identified that there's still some information that's not fully into us, including from MOECP. I think the prudent thing at the moment would be to defer this. I am very much in favor of trying to move this forward in the future, and that we have a system that is one which will really do a spectacular job. But I don't have the confidence at the moment that is the case. There's still, as I say, too many unanswered questions. So I would support a deferral today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis or Councillor Hazelton, do you want to?
Yes.
Councillor Jarvis.
At the last meeting where we opened it up to the limited public participation in the form of Cheryl Brandon, which I don't understand now either. But anyway, I was asking about why we were working with data that was, and my battery's running low. So if I get cut off, we may be in trouble here. We had data being provided to for, I presume it was MOCP, about flows from the boats, and it was data that was 4 or 6 years old. And I never understood why that wasn't being addressed. Ms. Brandon indicated that was something that's going to be forthcoming, and I haven't seen it. I am unlike Councillor Bocek, though I respect his opinion. Ministries have failed us in the past. I'll use Walkerton as an example. What we do not want is an unmitigated disaster to occur before the ministry steps up and has a look at it. So I'm in favor of deferral while we get better information on this. I don't like what's coming before us right now. I understand where Jenny Robinson has suggested we're only looking at a site plan here or for the location of the septic. Yeah, but we got too many other issues, and we need to address those first. Thank you. I gotta go find a plug, so I'm going to be out of here for a moment.
I think one of these days I have to find myself a new monitor so I can move my mouse around. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. I'd like to echo what Councillor Jarvis just said about trusting and relying on another ministry. They have failed us in the past. They certainly failed us at from the Macy Bay project. And I think that we have to be very diligent in doing what our job is to respect and care for the environment. What's also important, we talked about this in probably 2 or 3 meetings ago, and that is that MECP have no teeth. So even if they were to issue a don't operate order, we've seen in Muskoka that doesn't work, and the people just keep on going. So I'm not sure how we can trust that kind of a process. I would like to defend myself a little bit. Ms. Brandon has made several accusations about either my intent or my facts, and sadly, all I'm doing is repeating what has already been written in other documents. So if we were to read the peer reviews and read them paragraph for paragraph, etc., everything that I've commented on has been provided there. And I wanted to point out as well, one of the peer reviewers that the community hired, and that is Anne Egan, is one of the foremost experts in Ontario and works very closely with MECP. And she has written several statements that say that she is shocked and very surprised that an impact assessment hasn't been done, that assessments of phosphorus loading haven't been done. And so what I'm surfacing here is not by any way new material. All each of us had to do was actually open these documents and read them. They're not that long, a 7-page document from RJ Burnside. And everything that I have said is surfacing in those documents. So I think it's important to understand that this is not new material. But what I would like to suggest is this forum for discussion, debate, probably isn't an effective forum because each of us get to have our little rant and then it moves on to the next person. I mentioned before, and other councillors have said the same thing. If a system were being proposed that the community and the experts like RJ Burnside and others could weigh in and say, yeah, I think this is going to protect the environment and the community, I would be supportive. And I'm certain that the community would be supportive, but we're not there yet. And as I say, I'm not sure that this forum is the right forum to get there because we end up, not having healthy working discussions. But my only options here are to try to position key points for not approval so that my other councillors and the mayor can consider these points, which, by the way, as I said already, they're in the documents, but I don't expect you guys to have read them. Just like I didn't expect myself to have read the official plan, but when I started reading the official plan, I uncovered all kinds of good words and paragraphs and sections that are environmentally focused that don't seem to be anywhere in the in the material provided to us. So I'm very, very concerned about that. So anyways, hopefully
Okay.
that's helpful. Thank you.
All right. I'm now going to call a vote. I think that all of us are tired and frustrated, regardless of our opinion or perspective. And we've been discussing this for a long time. If we, just for everybody's information, if we approve what's here, then everybody goes away either happy or frustrated, whatever their opinion is. If we either defer or defeat, that gives Ms. Brandon the opportunity to launch an appeal. That would be her choice. And there's not too much we can do about it other than respond to that appeal. Having said that, I'm going to put a motion in front of us that we defer this item simply because I've heard too many people who either want to vote against or want to defer. And personally, I would rather defer than defeat because I don't think defeating is fair. Because I believe most of the homework has already been done. So I don't know, Ms. Way, if we have to do a carefully worded motion or how we do that, but I would like to put a motion in front of council to defer this item.
Your worship, as the chair of the meeting, you have the ability to defer any motion. Generally, that's done with the consensus of council, but at no point does a formal vote need to be done in order for you to defer, nor do we need to change the motion.
Well, then I'm just going to then ask for a show of hands. Who would be in favor of deferring? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 6 of us are in favor of deferring, 1 is not. So I consider this matter deferred. And my apologies to you, Ms. Brandon, but I'm afraid that I think under the circumstances.
No need to apologize, but I won't be bringing this back.
Okay.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you. All right, it is now 1:18. In front of us is a holding symbol report plus a closed session item. We can do one or two choices. One would be to go away for lunch and come back in 3/4 an hour. The other would be just to keep on moving, though I would allow a 5 or 10 minute bio break. My preference would be the latter, that we reconvene at 1:30 and get this done. Council, what are you thinking? Okay, I'm seeing heads ups and thumbs up. So let's take a break and at 1:30 address the holding symbol staff report. Thank you.
Is your phone not working today, Mr. Mayor, or are you ignoring me?
I have it on silent because I'm in a meeting.
We're still streaming.
Okay, that's fine.
I just wanted to know if, if he was publicly ignoring me.
No. Nor privately. All right, it's 1:30. Do we have most counselors here? I think we need a few more to plug in.
Mayor Coatsir, can you hear me?
I can.
Our administrator has canceled my video portion and I need her to turn it back on.
Oh, how forward of that administrator.
I should say our host.
Did you get a request to start video?
Yes. I thought somebody said we're already live streaming.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's say we're sitting down and back at it, and I believe our next item on the agenda is holding symbol report, Development Services Report 2020-66, and Ms. Lemieux, I believe that is your bailiwick.
It is. So the staff report in front of you, 2020-66, the purpose of this report was to provide council some context to the history, the intent, and the current process regarding the H2 holding symbol that is in place under section 7.3 and section 18.12 of the zoning bylaw. So essentially, the report also provides a number of options for council to potentially consider moving forward. I'm not going to go into detail of the extent of the report. I'm sure all of you read it in detail, but a general overview of why this is essentially coming forward to council. In recent years, there's been a number of concerns raised by both members of council and also members of the public regarding the lifting of the H2 holding symbol on vacant lots on islands. So essentially, some feel that the holding symbol process should not be required and that the procedure of requiring a survey to demonstrate compliance with the minimum lot area requirements of the zoning bylaw is in fact sufficient, whereas others feel that the holding symbol should be used for more than just confirming that the minimum lot area requirements are addressed. Some individuals have expressed throughout the last few years that considerations for development suitability, including water depth, fish habitat analysis, and species at risk analysis, etc., should also be a prerequisite of the removal of an H2 holding symbol. So essentially, the report provides 4 options to council moving forward. A general overview, option 1 is essentially status quo. Council remains or provides direction to staff to keep things as is. And essentially that would mean that the holding applications that you have recently seen would still continue to come forward as is. Option 2 would be direction to staff to proceed in starting the Planning Act approval process, including statutory public meetings for the removal of the H2 holding provision from the zoning bylaw. So essentially this option would put the onus on staff, as it already is, through a building permit process that, since the survey is required anyways, that essentially that would be the trigger for that, and it would not have to come to council anymore. Option 3 is community consultation for potential future development of new OP policies and zoning bylaw provisions to include additional requirements within the H2 holding symbol, or to establish more specific site, establish more site-specific zoning bylaw requirements for those vacant lots. So again, this option would allow for a public process to proceed and direct staff to begin that on behalf of council. And then option 4 would be to essentially vote on an interim control bylaw, which would essentially give staff 1 year to undertake a study or a review on the H2 holding process and determine the merits of that. And during that 1 year, no applications would be able to come forward to council. So again, I'm sure you all read the staff report in detail. Essentially, staff are recommending that council choose option 3, which is the option to allow us to reach out to the community associations and gather their input moving forward on potentially adding new policies, provisions in the bylaw, or, just to get that additional feedback, as we do believe that including the public through this process would be the most appropriate path forward. But obviously, I look forward to hearing council's comments. Mr. Robinson's on the call too still, because of course he understands more of the history of what happened during the inclusion of this H2 holding symbol in the zoning bylaw. So please, if you have any questions for either of us, we'd be happy to help. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Cooper enthusiastically put his hand up, so we'll let him go first.
Thank you, Mayor Kutzier. It's a subject near and dear to my heart. I spent countless hours thinking about it. No, I'm just somewhat kidding. I am serious about this, though. It is a very important matter, and I have a couple of questions before I make a suggestion. But the questions are for Victoria, and that is that I'm a little bit unsure as to why H2 only applies to islands and or a lot on an island, when in fact what we're really trying to do here is make sure that any development that is on waterfront is suitably approved in due course after having made sure that you have the various studies that need to be done, and there'll be things that would indicate that you need studies done, like type 1 fish habitat, PSW, and on we could go. So I'm trying to understand why I know that H2 was applied to only a very narrow sort of category of waterfront, but to my way of thinking, it applies to all waterfront, including mainland and including mainland water access. And why would it be any different from mainland drive to? So Victoria, could you enlighten me?
Through your worship to Councillor Cooper. Yes, so essentially the holding symbol as of right now is under section 7.3, which is the section that applies to SRI, which is the shoreline residential island zones. So those zones are only on those islands or subdivided islands, like you mentioned. Within our SR zoning, which is applied to lands on the mainland, whether it's water access or road access, that footnote, which essentially puts that H2 holding symbol, is not applied in that section. So it's only on SRIs right now. But I have made a note of that again, moving forward, depending on which option council approves, that obviously will be part of the conversation moving forward. If, again, the legitimacy should apply to other lands or not, et cetera.
All right, so if I could just, Peter, if you don't mind, I'll just come forward with a couple of other suggestions for Victoria. And that is that, I think option 3 makes some sense, but I want to head on option 4. But option 3 makes a lot of sense because I think we need to consult not only with our communities, but also with the planning committee. We've got a very strong group of people on a planning committee who could, provide some input as to what would make some sense. And my thinking is that, I know we don't want to hold up development, and particularly in our rural areas, Port Severn, Honey Harbor, MacTier. And so I can see on sort of urban land where I don't know whether the whole symbol has any role, but it's not, we're not quite as challenged as it pertains specifically to waterfront and water quality and environment, et cetera, and various fish habitats. So that would be one suggestion, that we may end up having, maybe we've got to hold 1, 2, and 3 or something like that, depending on what it applies to, just as a suggestion. But I also go to the idea that if we're going to deal with this, we need to give it some time. It may not have to be a year to have an interim control bylaw. It allows us up to a year. But if over the winter months, we can get this in front of our planning committees at the various community associations, that freedom, as opposed to what happens sometimes when there's a focus on something like this. What can happen is it's the old story about leaving the barn door open and everything's bolted. So people will come forward very quickly and say, I better get in there and get my hold lifted right away. And so I think we need to have the interim control bylaw put in place, and over the winter months, it shouldn't be considered as terribly onerous anyway. So those are some of my thoughts for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bocheck, followed by Councillor Wienko, followed by Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. I was on council at the time that this was brought forward in the last term, and a bylaw was put in, and it was in correlation with the official plan, and there was a lot of talk of this during the official plan process. It was really reiterated by Councillor Edwards and Councillor Cooper how important it was that holds be put on islands deemed undersized until such a time that a survey was provided to prove that the lot was developable. And ever since then, we have had constituents come to have the H removed from their property. They supply us with a survey showing that they do comply, yet council turns down the application because of, well, there's no access to the property because the water's too shallow when the water goes down, or there's a fish habitat, or there's something. And we constantly get appealed on these matters, and we don't exactly come out on the winning end of a lot of them. But in saying that, I reluctantly agreed to the H, and Councillor Cooper remember that, but he made very, very good points why the H should be there in order to make sure the property was large enough to support development. I'm fine with that, but that's where it stops with me. I'm fine with the H, the way that it's depicted now in our procedures and policies. I don't want anything added to it. Going to the public, we know the actors that respond every time when we go to the public. It's the same 50 or 100 people. The people that don't comment don't want to be involved in politics. They don't want to be involved in the whole process. They just want to have their cottage life and not be involved in all this. So if we go to the public, we know who we're going to hear from and we know what they're going to say. And that's a hard reality. So for me moving forward, I'm not happy with the H. The H serves a purpose to make sure the land is developable, it's the right size, provide a survey. And if people provide a survey showing that the property is developable, big enough to meet our standards, then we should be issuing the removal of the H, period. No other circumstances should be involved in removal of the H, because it's very clear. We said you have to have a survey. So not a big fan of changing the rules halfway through the game. I've reiterated this 1,000 times. We have a policy in effect. It works. Let's stick with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wienko.
Victoria, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the H is same as Councillor Bocheck, that it was only applied to undersized islands, and it only applies to Georgian Bay. I'm not aware that we have an H of this manner on any inland lakes. So can you confirm, I have a couple other questions too, but can you confirm it's for only undersized islands and only applies to the bay?
Through your worship to Councillor Wienko. So the H2 holding symbol was on any lots on islands that were not developed at that time or have not yet been developed. So it doesn't go either only on undersized or not, I guess, because the overall purpose was to determine if those islands were in fact undersized or not. Because at the time, you know, staff and the township didn't really have a feasible way to determine every single size of every single vacant property at the time. So it kind of pushed the onus on the property owner when they were ready to develop to in fact prove the size. When it comes to it being located on any other area, i.e. the inland lakes, it does apply to any SRI zone. So let's say if there is any SRI zones, which I don't believe that there are many, there may be one or two areas that I've seen so far, for instance, on 6 Mile Lake, technically, if they were vacant, this hold would apply on them as well. But again, I think those lots are very few and far between, if any of them are even vacant anymore. So hopefully that answers your question.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I guess I was already under the impression it was undersized islands or undersized lots. If you had a 2-acre lot or a 3-acre lot, I wouldn't think an H would be appropriate to apply for that. I tend to support option 3, going out to the communities, and I would think mostly just the Georgian Bay communities, to have them reassess this. But the concern I have is somewhat similar to Councilor Bocheck, is that it goes out to the association, they have a meeting, they talk about it, and they send us a letter. It doesn't really get out to the people who should be more serious about this, because there are, say, maybe a couple of handfuls of people out there that I can pretty well assure that will be against, or they'll be able to comment on this. So I would want if you're talking about community associations, you almost have to say, okay, you have to go to those people who have an H on their property. I want to hear from them too, because if I had an H on my property and I knew I had to do a survey to get rid of it, and all of a sudden I'm told now I got to spend $20,000, $30,000 doing environmental studies, halfway through you've changed the rules on me, I would be most upset. So you got to be very careful when you talk about community associations. I think we need to talk to the people who have the H on their property and get their feedback. And yes, the cottage association should have some input, but it should be a broad input, maybe a survey of the members, but not just their board of directors and a few of the close friends and so on. So we have to be a broad perspective. And if you wanted to put an interim control bylaw, I don't have a problem with that. So it's kind of a combination of having a public meeting, having community association involved, and a holding bylaw. So basically, I think it's 2, 3, and 4, a combination thereof.
All right, thank you. Councilor Jarvis.
I'm just going to go back to a couple of questions that have been posed to our Director of Planning. Go back to the H symbol. H2 I understand, but there are H symbols on other lands within our municipality. Is that correct?
Through your worship, that is correct. There are other types of holding symbols that have different holding codes. For instance, lots that are close to an old landfill, things like that, that have different requirements outlined in section 18 of the zoning bylaw.
Thank you. I'm very concerned because we've had incidences where an H has been lifted and all of a sudden after the fact, it's realized that by doing that, we have sort of relieved ourselves of any further control over the development of the property. You get into a site plan agreement, and a site plan agreement really does limit what you have control over. Apropos or follow up to what Councilor Wianco just said, our bylaws evolve, development changes, we change. That's part of life. If you've got a piece of property that's got an H on it, and we've determined after the fact, after you bought the property, that the H has different requirements, well, that's life. These things happen within the municipality all the time. I don't see where there's any argument in that regard. I'm all for having a review of how we lift these holds and why we lift these holds and what controls we can put in place. And I also agree that an interim control bylaw is the best way to do this so that people don't try and get stuff done and approved prior to us putting some more control over what goes on. We have issues, particularly in the Bay. Today, the water level, actually yesterday, the water level was probably down 2 feet from where it was earlier. It's back up. I don't know if Peter noticed, but it's gone back down. Went up this morning, it's back down now. If we have a 2+ meter range in water levels in the bay. And we've determined that not only high water marks, but low water marks are critical to how a property can or cannot be developed. We got to look at these things. And the best time to do them, from what I've seen so far, is at the point where we are considering lifting a hold, because then the person who's got the property knows exactly what they have to deal with. And I don't see any other way around that. I would like to see the bylaw, I guess, as it pertains to H2 is okay, as it is very specific to the island community. But I'm finding myself in agreement with Councillor Cooper in that there are other waterfront properties that could well be impacted in a way that means we should be really considering lifting the holds on those for similar reasons. And I'm not sure how we want to handle that. I realize that putting a ICB on all holds may be very controversial, but certainly on the H2s, I think the best thing we can do right now is seek further input. Planning committee is a good place to go to on that, and get something done over the winter months, as Councillor Cooper says, when there isn't a huge impact on any development, because really not much can go on anyway. But I'm all in favor, because there are too many things going on or can go on after a hold has been lifted, and I don't like that. Thank you.
Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. This is obviously very controversial, I think, amongst the public and of course within our own council. I probably was one of the councillors that has not really agreed with how this happened to begin with. When you buy a property and then the designation has changed, and most of those people that I've spoken to anyways did not get notification, even though they were apparently notified. So now the reason for the holds going on, I agree with. So I just think that it's just, the whole thing is kind of unfolded in an unfortunate way. And so in that regard, I mean, I'm of the opinion that we don't change the rules at this point, but if we are going to consider anything, the input I think we should be getting is not necessarily from the public, because I think the public is a little bit slanted in the fact that, has been mentioned a couple times here, we don't get all of the public. We really just get the few people that respond to all of these items. And I'm not saying that their input is not important, but we only get one side usually. What I would like to see is the input coming from the people that have holds on their property. So if we're going to do anything, for me to be status quo and possibly getting input from the owners that have holds being put on their properties, to see, exactly how they feel about that. Although I wouldn't suggest that they're going to be too happy about it, but given that we already put the rules in place, that should be enough for us at this point. We have had a lot of appeals, and I don't think we fared well with those appeals. So I'm all in favor for keeping things as is, or getting a few opinions from the owners themselves that have had holds put on their properties.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hazelton, do you wish to add to this round?
Sure, can you hear me? Yes? Okay.
Yes.
I just turned my headset off, so I'm switching to computer audio. Anyways, I feel that the topics we've already, or the concerns we've already heard about properties that have holds on them, and the what is needed to move them to not have a hold. I think that process is really important, and I think that we have we have what I'll call a very light process right now. And I'm not sure that does anybody any justice, if you will. We've had properties, for example, where there has been a complete F1 fish habitat in front of the property and an EPS in front of the property, and such a gradual slope bottom that, first of all, you'll never get to the property in low water. We've seen council generally agree that these are properties that shouldn't be developed But sadly, the owner of the property didn't know all the things, all the hurdles that they should be going through and needed to go through in order to ultimately lift the hold. And I think what we're experiencing is unfortunate for the current property owners who have a property. It has a hold on it. They don't fully understand what they need to do to satisfy, the concerns that we've surfaced in council meetings and planning council meetings. And so I think it behooves us to focus on kind of pausing for a little bit, give ourselves a few months or 12 months or whatever, figure out what we really need to do to lift these holds, and then communicate that effectively to the people that have the properties. And I do want to echo a comment that I've heard elsewhere, and this is personal experience as well. Things change. As most of you know, I embarked a couple years ago on a major addition to my cottage. This was several years in the making. And what I learned in the process is, from the day that I started to the time that I actually needed to go and get a building permit, I had to do all kinds of hurdles, fish habitat impact assessments, and other things that were all new from the time that I thought of this project till the time that I actually got approval for it. So this is natural process. This is normal in our township. And I think for anyone to think that just because they bought a lot 10 years ago, 20 years ago, and it had a hold on it, that things wouldn't change between then and now, they're just not, they're not reading the truth, if you will, of what has been going on in society and what has certainly been going on in our township. So I am definitely in favor of us as a township dwelling on this topic of what really should be considered in order to be able to lift a hold, effectively communicating that to the property owners who have properties that have an H on them or H2 on them, and then using that as the foundation going forward. Because as I've said several times, if our objective as councillors is to respect and care for the environment, and these properties have holds on them that put us at risk on the environment, then we are not doing our jobs if we don't focus on this care and respect for the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm afraid I'm going to take a totally opposite viewpoint from all of you. I think the holds are redundant in this case. And the reason I say that is, yes, I know you can come up with examples in the past where there was fish habitat in front of lots or questionable access to it. But the current hold, all it does is say you got to get a survey done. It doesn't say that you have to do a fish habitat study. But if anybody comes into the office or now electronically connects with the office and asks for a building permit, one of the first things the building department is going to do is say, talk to planning. And then you talk to planning and they're going to say, okay, let's talk about your lot. Oh, you don't have a survey? I need a survey. So they're going to have to get a survey anyway. Then they're also going to look at, the planning department's going to look at fish habitat. They're going to look at EPWs or whatever factors are around that lot, because that's part of what they do. And if we want to take a hold symbol and expand it to include, well, you must do this study, or you must determine that you don't need such a study, et cetera, fine. But then we're just asking people to do everything in advance as opposed to in regular succession. And I'm not sure what we're just, to me, we're just adding redundancy. Because if somebody wants to develop a lot, and if the planning department determines that there's a fish habitat in front of it, they'll be advised that they need to get a fish habitat study done. So I'm absolutely against the interim control bylaw because it's not, I think if we threaten to put an interim control bylaw, actually, it'll do the opposite. We'll stop people from making applications for a few months or possibly a year. And then all of a sudden we'll be flooded by people who are saying, well, I better get them in while I can before they make dramatic changes. I don't want to see us down zoning property. I absolutely want to see us respecting the rules that we have in place, including all the environmental protection rules. But I think the hold symbol was put in more for political reasons than practical or protective reasons, simply because there was great concern around undersized islands, which I fully understood. And, you know, putting the hold on means, okay, you had to, it was just confirming, you have to produce a survey before we'll even consider, we being the staff here, we'll even consider possible planning reviews and building, issuing building permits. I'm not as enthused about going to community associations as some might be, because just as has been pointed out, the community associations do not necessarily represent the majority in any particular area, and they don't necessarily even, and we have these cases off and on over the years where various associations don't necessarily even represent, the board doesn't necessarily represent the bulk of the members until they have an AGM to review all that. So that doesn't say I don't think we should reach out to the community. If we're choosing to make changes, it makes perfect sense, and I've heard this from one or two councillors, let's contact everybody who has an H2 on it and say, we're going to have a public meeting, because that's what public meetings are for, is to give the public a chance, and all public, whether or not they're a member of an association. But I'm going to end with one question, and this is to our planners. Do we have any idea how many properties at this point actually have the H2 hold on them?
Maybe I'll speak to that, Your Worship. That's an exercise we were trying to get completed prior to this meeting, but we haven't got the information from MPAC and Municipal Connect yet in order to confirm that. But it's an exercise that we're working on to try to understand the magnitude of the situation.
Because I will admit my thought would be very different if it's 50 properties or 500. Anyway, so that's mine. Initial thoughts. We'll let everybody go another round. I think I've seen Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Bochek at this.
Can I just,
Mr. Robinson, sorry.
could I just add one or a quick point? I have to run, actually. I've got a pre-scheduled meeting that I have to join as well, but I just wanted to add a couple pieces of information, and I think you've summarized most of it very well, Your Worship. So just in terms of history, the reason we have an H2 in the zoning bylaw is because of the official plan policies that establish minimum sizes for lots to be eligible to be developed. Those official plan policies originated in community plans. That's sort of the history, and that's why they're there. The whole purpose for the holding symbol was to require a survey. That's the reason. That's specifically why the H symbol speaks towards the requirement for a survey. I agree with you, Your Worship, where you stated that as part of the standard development process, we require a survey. So I don't believe the H2 symbol is necessary to require the survey anymore. We require that anyways. To Mr. Wianco, Councillor Wianco's earlier comments about applicability for island properties, the main reason it's applied to Georgian Bay is because we have the fluctuating water levels, and we need to know where that 177.4 contour is. That's typically not the case in an inland lake. What this, I think, discussion is really about isn't so much the requirement for a survey, it's whether or not there's other parameters that should be considered before we develop a vacant lot of record, such as water depth, such as fish habitat, all of those other factors. Right now, those aren't included in the current H2 definite or H2 zoning. It's not one of the requirements that need to be considered for removal of the H. So my recommendation is that I do like the idea of going to planning committee for direction before proceeding with anything. But again, I don't think the H serves any purpose for the survey and the lot area aspect of it, but it may serve a function to deal with these other issues. And if that's the case, though, we need to have a public process before we ingrain any of those additional issues in either policy and also in the zoning bylaw. And there would have to be the public meetings and amendments to the planning documents to enshrine those items. So I think that's really what this discussion is about, is should we go down the road of potentially enshrining a public process, which is a Planning Act application, to require consideration of those other features or other issues such as environmental impact studies, fish habitat reviews, water depth surveys, those sorts of things, through a specific zoning amendment process. And to everybody's point, if that process unfolds, it would provide the opportunity for both property owners and non-H2 property owners to participate in that process, because the planning documents of the municipality would have to be amended to facilitate those items. So I just wanted to summarize. I think that's the key crux of the question here is it appropriate to maintain the H2 for the survey aspect? But then secondarily, should there be other aspects that are considered? And my opinion is we don't need it for the survey. We review that as part of the building permit process anyways. We wouldn't issue a permit until we've got the survey and confirmed that it meets the lot area requirements. But as far as those other issues, I'm going to reserve any sort of an opinion on that. I don't have a specific opinion at this time. That's something I think that might be appropriate to go to planning committee. But as far as the H2 relates to the survey, I don't believe it's necessary. So I hope that helps and provides a bit of clarity and direction on what I think the main issues are here today.
All right, thanks very much. Councillor Cooper.
I just want to jump in here and say what I've just heard from Jamie Robinson is more or less what I was trying to suggest. Go to planning committee, take a look at what we're doing, and if it only applies to Georgian Bay, fine with me. If you don't have any problems on the inland lakes, fine with me. But the planning committee can provide us with some very good advice on this particular matter. And I don't think H2 having a survey associated with it is really the issue at all. It's all the other studies that need to be done in order to make sure that we can develop a property. And to say, I just have a couple of other sort of comments, and that is that we have had applications come forward from the planning department at the request of an applicant. And frankly, there were some very serious problems with them, but not all the studies were done, or they were done inadequately, or et cetera. So there have been a lot of these. And then people end up buying a property from somebody who gets approval from the township, and they're led down a garden path, and they find out later that there's a whole bunch of reasons they can't develop the property. And the bottom line on that is there's a reason for a hold. It's probably there because somebody along the way said, this lot is questionable for this, and this reason. So I would just suggest that. And as far as consulting with the communities, I've heard this, Mayor Kutzier, and what you were saying about, a very small sample, and to go back to that concept may apply to certain communities. I can tell you from Cognizant and North, there's a very cohesive group. Sure, there's one or two people that want to be able to do whatever they want to do, and the Wild West, but the majority of the people that are out here north of Beausoleil are saying, I want this place protected, and I don't want marginal lots developed. And to postulate, I've heard this from developers and realtors, to postulate that the communities are biased and there's a very few people and it's just the board. That's just not true. Otherwise, 75% of the community in Cognizant wouldn't have voted in favor of a community plan. And they did. So thank you.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Wojcik, I had you next, followed by Councillor Jarvis at this point.
So I'm not going to reiterate everything that Mayor Kotzier said, but I do agree with him 100%. And I'll tell you why. I don't think any of us on this council can agree that it's fair to our constituents to say, in order for you to get your H removed, you have to provide a survey showing that you have the acreage in order to develop. That's what our constituents are going to be told if they come into our planning department looking to develop their island. So they go out and they spend $10,000 or $12,000 or $15,000 getting a survey, which is the only requirement to remove the H. It gets presented to council. Here's the survey, here's the island, yet the H isn't removed because of all things that council think are supposed to be included that aren't included. Fish habitat studies, high, low water, everything else. Person's going to go to the OMB and say the only governing factor here is the survey to remove the H. I provided them with the survey, remove the H. What do you think the LPAT or the OMB is going to do? Or we can spend $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 fighting it and just lose and waste taxpayers' money. So, well, I agree with Councillor Cooper that there is other circumstances involved in developing a piece of property. If I owned a piece of property that had an H on it and I provided a survey and I would expect the H to be removed, now I can sell that property. That the new owner then, if he wants to develop on that property, is going to be asked by our planning department for a fish habitat, access to the property, all the requirements that are needed regardless. That's what our planning department is for. Okay, so I cannot see and I will not support anything that says anything other than in order to remove your H, you have to provide us with a survey showing you have enough lot to be developed, because everything else is in place to control this afterwards. Unless, of course, we don't trust our planning department or we don't trust our own decision-making when it comes back to council, when the person says, I have a property, there's no H on it, I wish to develop it. And then we have the opportunity to say, bring us this, that, and that. So I'm not going to support anything here outside of keeping the status quo or removing the H symbol completely and letting the zoning department do what they're supposed to do, and that's make sure the land is developable. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
I'm finding myself to a certain extent in agreement with you, Mr. Mayor, and with Mr. Bochek about this H, in that it seems to be somewhat redundant in its use right now. So yeah, if I could be assured and was assured that any application that came before the planning department had all aspects of what is needed for development to take place covered. In other words, if the guidelines were in place for the planning department to know that upon a site visit, they got to check things like water levels, they got to check beforehand on EIS, FH, and all that stuff, so that the owner of the property is aware of what needs to be done, then I think I could probably deal with getting rid of that whole thing altogether. But what I've seen so far is land being bought, hold being lifted, and then all kinds of complications coming up as a result of somebody deciding they can develop their property when really it isn't suitable for development at all. And I'm really, really concerned that we'll be letting, the opening the gate and letting things go without proper direction in making sure that people understand what needs to be done. So if we had I have quite a bit of trust in the planning department in many ways, but I keep seeing stuff come before us that seems to be lacking in certain critical aspects to allow for development. And is that something that we need to direct planning department on? Or is it something that can be contained within a different definition for lifting of the hold symbol, or a different definition for just developing property, period? Maybe that's what we need to do, is make sure that people, when they're buying property, are fully aware of what their obligations are before they build. I'm a bit up in the air on all this, but I can see where you're coming from, Mr. Mayor, in your aspect. You're thinking that this is a redundant symbol as it currently stands, which I would happen to agree with, because planning will require a survey anyway. So either we give that hold more oomph, or we figure out a way to work without having a hold so that people develop property in a responsible manner to the community in general. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas.
Well said, Councillor Jarvis. I agree. That's all I can say. I have nothing more to really add to that other than that was well said. That's exactly how I feel.
Oh, so, oops. Victoria, did you want to say something before Councillor Hazelton? Okay, Victoria, Ms. Lemieux, followed by Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to touch back on Councillor Jarvis's comments. I understand what you're talking about, i.e. either adding the umph to the H2 or making staff or give staff the ability to ask for more up front for it to not even come to council, but for us to be able to at least get those studies, et cetera, which that would also still require us to amend the zoning bylaw anyway. So either way, because I think I see where you were going with your comments, that either one of those paths will require some changes to the zoning, because as of right now, the only thing we're essentially allowed to ask for is that survey if they meet all other aspects of the zoning bylaw to issue a building permit. So it would have to, have more additional things included. And I did just want to point out too, again, this is just from all the comments that I've heard. I think it would be possible too, depending on, the feedback from some of the councillors, that, resolution for option 3, Mr. Mayor, I think could potentially be modified to essentially say that you are directing staff to refer the matter back to planning committee at this time, instead of the community associations for planning committee to review its merits. I just wanted to throw that out there, that because it sounds like there were some concerns of what the extent of that input from the community associations would provide, and maybe having, as some of the councillors mentioned, the professionals on the committee maybe look at it first before it goes to a public hearing. So I just wanted to add those comments.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. I'd like to echo much of what Councillor Jarvis just said, but in light of what our planner, Victoria Lemieux, just offered, it looks to me like disposing of an H symbol really takes function, takes, well, it requires, in order to accomplish anything meaningful, we have to do a lot more than just removing an H symbol. We have to redefine what that H symbol really does. So here is what I'm trying to get to. We have a situation in our township where people either own a piece of property and want to sell it, or they buy a piece of property and want to develop it. And they first realize, and I'll just pick up on what Councillor Bocek said, you got to spend $5,000 or $10,000 on a survey to be able to get past the H symbol. But sadly, we aren't in a position, and Victoria just stated this, we're not in a position to tell the applicant all the other things that they're going to need to make that property usable. And so what we have is a situation where we put somebody in a position where they have to spend some money, and $5,000 or $10,000 isn't a lot, but it's not trivial cash. And now the person is invested and they've spent money on something, and now they have to pass through several other hurdles. And if they don't want to invest the money for those other hurdles, then they feel like they've been taken for a ride by our township, because all we've told them is you got to have a survey. And then we get into this situation where we as counselors essentially become social workers, because now we've got somebody who we've already put in a position where they've had to spend $5,000 or $10,000. And now we feel obligated to help them through this next step, because we feel bad that we've already forced them to spend $10,000 on a property that probably shouldn't have been spent any money on, because if you knew up front that you needed all these other fish habitat and other types of assessments, you wouldn't have started the process. You would have basically said, this is a lost losing proposition, stop now, cut your losses. But no, we don't do that. And what I see in front of us here is an opportunity to be very clear to all those people who have tiny properties with an H symbol on them, where we are able to say to them, fine, you're going to need a survey, but don't stop there. You're likely going to need this, 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 and this. And before you start spending any money, I want to be fully transparent with you so that you know what it's going to involve before you spend any money, because I don't want you coming back here in 3 months or 6 months and saying to me, hey, you approved the removal of the hold because I spent $5,000 or $10,000, and now you're telling me that I can't develop on this property because of this, this, and this. This is unfair to our residents. I think we need to be fully transparent and upfront and let them know exactly what is going to be needed so that before they spend any money, they've got the clear, full picture in front of them and the likelihood of success. Thank you.
Councillor Rienko, do you want to weigh in on this?
Yeah, I think Councillor Hazelton had a good point there, is that people should be aware of what they're getting themselves into when they want to develop a property and it has an H on it. But I think that should be done by staff. If the proponent comes in to find out how to remove an H, then staff would say, well, we have to do a survey, but you know, because of the size of your property or because of fish habitat or whatever, you might have to do this, this, and this. So I think staff have to be the ones that to break all the bad news to these people coming in. But that should be done all at the same time, so we are transparent. So I'm just as happy to get rid of the H and have staff handle the whole thing, but the staff have to be upfront and give them all the information before they start spending money.
All right, thank you. Well, I'm going to make a few comments myself. I'm not at all against the idea of referring this to the planning committee and getting their intake their input into this. I think that, you know, and I will admit of being of two minds. And one mind is, yes, we should do our best to inform residents, whether they're current or future residents, as to some of the criteria they're going to have to meet if they want to develop the property. And I know in the past, I don't know if they still exist, because who's been in the lobby of this building in the last half year anyway, but we used to have little pamphlets trying to guide people through building permits and planning applications. It's almost like we need I'll call it a one-page checklist, and saying that if you are acquiring or own a lot in this township, here are the things that may be required of you. You know, it would include things like surveys. It would also say that if you're fronted by or within, call it 120 meters or whatever the right regulation is, of a fish habitat, you will need a fish impact study. If you are, you know, all those various things. And I think that would be a checklist. So somebody realizes they buy a piece of property. It would be a tool for staff. They buy, and they probably already have something like this. They buy a piece of property. Here's the list you have to go through. Do we have to further protect that list by putting an H on every single undeveloped property in this township? I think that's a more significant public discussion. So I'd be happy if we simply said with this matter, let's refer to planning committee as to their recommendations in regards to what might be possibly added to a hold symbol. I mean, I think the fact that the H2, I mean, what I'm also hearing from, I guess I got a few thoughts going on here, but I'm also hearing this concern of people have an H2, therefore they're going to find out, oh, to get rid of the H2, they have to do a survey. Well, I would imagine that they would, if they were at all on the ball, and they should be. If they're going to spend $5,000 or $10,000 in a survey, they'd also ask to the township, what else will I need in order to get a building permit? And at that point, the township would inform them, well, you have to meet the following criteria. If we want to throw that all into a hold, well, let's have the planning committee consider that with their expertise, and then have public meetings saying we want to create a hold. And I would argue at that point, we should have it on all vacant lots. And do something broad across the way. We've had 2 rounds of this. Sometimes this council talks far too much, including myself. If we're going to do a 3rd round, let's do it very quickly. And let's decide, are we going to pick one of options 1, 2, 3, 4, or are we simply going to refer this to the planning committee? Councillor Cooper.
I'll be very short, and I think our manager of planning and our planning consultant gave us a pretty clear picture of what they thought we should do, which is refer to the planning committee. I don't, aside from those 2 people sitting on this in this group, they're the only others that have a fair number of people with experience in planning on that committee, so, or environmental issues, including our chair. So I think they're a great group to go to. And I'll just remind all of us that one of the things that's transpired with holds and or lack of studies and so forth is that people inadvertently have bought one of these H2 properties, or not inadvertently, bought it with their eyes closed a little bit. They get a survey, but then they discover all the other issues that come up. You know what they do? They paid $40,000 or $60,000 for it, and I could give you quite a few examples of this, and they sell it to somebody else who is completely naive and doesn't know what's going on, and they pay $180,000, and then they find out, in fact, they have to still have all these things done. And I think people are getting led down garden paths, and it's happened a lot of times. And I'll add to that, Island 195 is a sort of variation on a theme, and that cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars. So I think we'd be wise to get some advice from our planning committee and our planners. So thank you.
Councillor Rienko?
I think this council today has spent more time on this topic than the planning committee is going to do. And the planning committee hasn't met in over 10 months, and they may not meet for another 10 months, who knows? But I think we've had a good hashing of this today. I think we have enough information for council to make a decision on this. Going to the planning committee is going to delay it another several months, and we're just going to repeat ourselves again. So I think we spent more time on it today than the planning committee, and I think we're ready to make a decision.
Councillor Waco, we're going to make a decision. They've given us 4 choices. You want me to have a vote on each choice?
No, I think the idea of leaving with staff to get rid of the H, and staff informs people when they come in that they have to do a survey and do the various studies and get rid of the H. That's my opinion.
Okay. Councillor Bocek.
So I'm trying to rationalize this and understand the councillors from the Bay. I know they're in a very unique situation compared to what we are, but I don't see the reasoning. And I'm going to ask our planning department to help me with this. If you have an island with a lot on it that is over what is required to put an H on, and the lot right next door is under what we think is undersized, and they bring us a survey, the survey shows that they're not undersized. Now, both lots are equal. Both lots don't have a hold on them. The person with the legal lot, if he wanted to build on it, is going to have to come to you and say, I want a building permit. And you're going to say you need a fish habitat study, you need X, Y, Z, okay? The person that had the H removed is going to have to do the exact same thing because the lots are the same now. We've required a survey. The survey showed that it's above what is required. So now both of those lots, whether it had an H on it or not, are going to have to dance through the process and provide you with all the information that you request. Okay. So increasing the amount of criteria to remove an H, no, I'm definitely not there. I don't have a problem with the planning committee reviewing this because all the planning committee can do is, with their terms of reference, is to bring their findings to council so council can make a decision. It's as simple as that. So I have no problem with the planning committee looking at this. Preferably, I say either leave it the way it is, because all the steps are going to have to be taken anyways. Leave it the way it is, or remove the H from all of the properties on the bay and let our planning department do their job. When somebody comes in and says, I would like to develop this property, they're handed a checklist, says, here's what's required. When you bring me all this stuff, we'll consider passing this on to the building department so that they can scrutinize your application. Pretty simple. It's done that way in every municipality in Ontario. Okay, so the requirements are there. They're not going to be getting a building permit unless they meet all the requirements of our planning department. So the H, to add things to the H, redundant. It's already going to be there anyways. If they get the hold removed, they still have to jump through those hoops to develop that land. So if you're looking for my opinion, remove the H completely. But if it's the will of council to keep it the status quo, I'll go along with that. Anything else, I'm not in favor of. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Douglas.
I'm just wondering if we could have something added to this resolution and then maybe ask the question. We've heard from a number of us that are saying the same thing as Councillor Jarvis initially brought up. Get rid of the H, give the planning department the tools that they need to impose all the documents that may be required to a property. I'm asking that we do that and call the question, please. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, did you get some of those additions? I'm going to let Jarvis and Hazelton make a quick remark if they want to, because I want to complete the round, and then we'll call a question or questions, depending upon how we end up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is to Victoria. It seems to me, and maybe I'm missing a point or I've missed some detail here, but in past applications where we've run into these troubles over certain information not being appropriately provided, I presume it's because there isn't, the direction wasn't in place for you guys to follow a certain specific list of instructions to, I mean, for instance, if a hold gets lifted because a survey has been provided, but it looks like that it needs to be an EIS and a fish habitat study, those things weren't part of the original, obviously they're not part of the original hold. So what is it? I'm confused. Is this something that would not have been required from the planning department because the direction wasn't there from council for you guys to require that? Or is it something that is pretty straightforward from your perspective and in your own mind from here on in, any application that comes in for a building permit will be reviewed to see if these things are needed as part of it? Can you help me here?
Through your worship to Councillor Jarvis, I'll try and be as brief with my answer as I can. But in a typical just a lift hold scenario, if someone comes to the planning department and says, I have this lot, let's say it's 5 acres, has the frontage, there's no fish habitat along the shoreline, there's no environmental area identified in our zoning maps. It is purely just a straight lot, which we've had a few applications in the past.
Recently, yeah.
That situation in the zoning bylaw, the only thing that we're able to ask for is the completion of the survey, because under that H2 holding, that's the only listed requirement to lift that. When, let's say, someone, the next person comes in line and comes and says, I have this property, maybe there's a slight portion of my shoreline that has fish habitat, or there is a bubble of environmental protection on the rear of my lot. If that person comes in and says, hey, I want to lift this hold, that's when we as staff will say to them, okay, yes, you need the survey, but you also need to prove to us, can you meet the setback requirements to those environmental features? If they're able to, then that typically would still go to council for the lifting of hold. But if they can demonstrate that, let's say they can meet the 15 meters from the environmental protection, they can meet the 5 meters from the fish habitat and still put an appropriate dock in the area outside, then we would not require studies. Then the third situation, which we have seen recently in the past, is where a property comes in, it has a hold on it, but the entire shoreline, for instance, is fish habitat. That then triggers a rezoning amendment. So it wouldn't just be a holding at this point, it would have to be a rezoning because they would have to rezone that fish habitat to allow for a dock. So that's where the application essentially gets lifted to the next stage when it comes to council. And that's when additional studies can be required. I hope that provides some clarification, but those are typically the three situations that we deal with.
Can I just follow up, Mr. Mayor? I promise to be quick. So thank you very much. I appreciate the clarification. But does that mean that the owner of the property has to come to you with those concerns? Or do you know, looking at the property via whatever facilities you have, that information is going to be required and you can tell the owner, because the owner may not know. It may be like a non-resident owner. So, I mean, is that something you have the power to look at yourselves?
Through your worship, definitely when it comes to where the zoning's located, we're able to identify that immediately. Obviously, when it comes to things like access and water levels, we can do our best with the information that we have through aerial imagery and, topographical mapping to see, oh, this might be a concern, then we may flag that to the owner. But that is a difficult thing for the planning department to just know off the hop for every single property on the bay, which I'm sure all of council can understand. That's very difficult information to just have on hand at all times.
So if we provide a better direction in that regard, would that help, or does that not make a difference?
Yeah, I believe that, again, from the conversations happening and even from Councillor Douglas's previous comment, if council or the majority of council wanted to potentially go forward with the removal of the lifting with hold, it sounds like the majority of council would need in turn to make sure that staff also required XYZ as review requirements, which would still need a zoning amendment anyways for council to review. So I think regardless, either way, this looks like it may be going towards some members of council wanting some changes to be done, whether it's taking the HOA at all and putting those requirements in another section of the bylaw, or umphing the H2, as you previously called it.
So my final statement then, Mr. Mayor, is I have no problem removing the H requirement, but I would like to see, I think the planning committee is the best place to go, is better guidelines given to our planning department so they can help and assist potential landowners who want to potentially develop, make the right decisions on the development.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton, a few words to add?
A few, how about a volume?
No.
No, okay. So I really appreciate what our planner, Ms. Lemieux, has provided here. It sounds to me like new legislation is required regardless. She either needs something, she's mentioned the term bylaw, something in a modified bylaw to give the planning department the teeth that they need to be rigorous about this, or we need to stuff that verbiage in a more comprehensive hold label. But somehow, as I understand it, the status quo isn't going to achieve any of the objectives that we're looking for. We need to make a change, and I'm okay with deferring it to the planning committee and allowing them to come back with those kinds of recommendations. But I'm also okay with kind of a modified 3-4 type resolution. So that's it. Thanks.
There. I think what I'm hearing from everybody is that they would like the planning department to do a little more homework. Some people suggested via the planning committee, some not. But I'm thinking that where we're headed is to a variation of, I'll call it option 3 that was given to us. Option 3 currently reads, be it resolved that council received the Development Service Report 2020-066 and direct staff to refer the matter to the community associations for review and determination of whether the policy framework should be adjusted to remove the requirement for the H2 symbol, or if the requirements for the removal of the H2 symbol should be expanded. So we originally had the suggestion from our planner, Ms. Lemieux, that we replace community associations with planning committee. Now, what I want to know is, do we add anything to that to make reference to, we've talked in various wording, and I think Councillor Douglas made some specific references to a, let me call it expanded checklist, for lack of a better word. Would that not be included in this? If the requirements for the H2 symbol should be expanded, do we want to add anything to that, or just leave that as is for now?
To your worship, I think the direction is quite clear from multiple members of council, and obviously us as staff would be the ones being part of the conversation with planning committee and directing the conversation to include all the comments received today. So I'm comfortable with the wording as is, if council is as well.
Okay, so I have right now moved by Councillor Douglas, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Option 3, be it resolved the council receives Development Services Report 2020-66 and direct staff to refer the matter to the planning committee for review and determination of whether the policy framework should be adjusted to remove the requirement for the H2 holding symbol, or if the requirements for the removal of the H2 symbol should be expanded. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, we got 6 in favor, 1 not. Okay. Now we have a closed session matter to get to. Moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Whereas, we go into, do I have to read the whole thing for you? No, we're going to move into closed in regards to 2 Island 3850, part of Island 232 LPAT. Now be it resolved, the Council of the Township of Georgia Bay moves into closed session of council at 2:42 p.m. All those in favor? All right, that is carried. We're now going into closed.
Sorry, just wait while we stop the live stream.